I like that it has the different noises based on what you're hovering over. I don't know. I thought that was really cool when I first saw it, and I still think it's pretty neat. I don't think it'd work with every game, but man, horror games could really use that. I think it's cool. I think it's nice. Oh boy, we're back with more. Here we go. I'll wait a moment, you know. I will say I've been tempted to switch my HDMI converter to 1080p, but I don't know if it would make for a drastically different experience, given that it comes through no matter, like, the same way no matter what. So I don't know if it would change anything drastically enough for me to worry about it. Okay, so as you guys can see, I moved ahead a little bit. I did Luther again because I did not feel like doing it again on stream. His part is a little slower, so I didn't feel like having to wait for something like that. So I figured it'd be nice to, you know, have a chapter out of the way so we can get back. We can go to the part that I messed up on. All right. So this is directly after Luther. So we're back to almost where we started last week. Because we started last week at Roberto's part. Babanuska. I forget his name. But I at least remember the riddle that we were given. Because we now have the essence of Mantarok. The note from Edward, which says, look for the 88 keys. And this is the part that I remember I was kind of confused by, and then Drifter mentioned, oh yeah, wouldn't 88 keys be a piano? Is that how many are on a piano? And I was like, and I said, I remember distinctly being very confused, but it made 100% sense. A very good puzzle. I would use it for D&D campaign. 10 out of 10. Here it is. Hello. Hands are drawn keys almost of their own accord. Did Alex play the piano? Yes. That kind of reminds me a little bit of playing the Ocarina in both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, but cool. Every time this kind of thing happens, I'm just like, oh, okay. I did have a moment when I was playing. Oh, when was it?
Who are you? I am your lord and conqueror. What manner of forsaken being are you? So,
it's the bit with where the that transition where it was just the planets going by and it's just going, oh.
Take this one and use him as the foundation for the pillar.
And it was really fun.
Special, and should be given a special place among the suffering.
All right, cool. All right, cool. The suffering. Oh boy. All right, so I'm gonna make sure I go through really quick to make sure off the top that before a lot of people come in and ask questions, I will show what we have already, because we have all the scrolls now. We have Summon Trapper, which is what we needed. We have the 5-point spell again. The key thing though that I actually want to make note of is that while I was going through Edwin's part again, I also grabbed the Mantarok rune, so we can now access the purple magic. How good is it? Broken. It's insanely good. It's so good. Case in point, it heals. If you use the healing magic for purple, it heals both sanity and health, which is just, oh, so good. It's insanely good. All right. We might as well just use the page. No sense in waiting.
Much has been written about the exploits of conquerors. In the context of history, one man's champion is another man's nemesis, hero or murderer. Much has been written, but what has not is far more interesting. The Tome of Eternal Darkness
I like that.
mentions a Venetian artist and architect of the Renaissance named Roberto Bianchi.
That's his
Roaming
name.
abroad to find inspiration, he was captured by a warlord expanding his empire. He forced Roberto to use his architectural and engineering skills to construct a monument to his greatness. To complete his task, he must survey the site.
Okay, so I did learn how this is supposed to work, and it makes me a little sad, but it's also really cool. Yeah, this looks normal. This is normal. 100% totally normal.
Survey the site quickly, dog, and maybe you'll live long enough to see the sacrament's construction.
I like this guy because he just doesn't say anything. He's just, all right.
Did you think we would trust you, Bianchi? Even though you are graced with the generosity of our liege, you are still his prisoner. As I said, finish your work quickly,
I like how he's just...
maybe we'll drag you out of this hole.
I will say that whenever I hear the word Renaissance, I always think about the bit in Assassin's Creed where he goes Renaissance. Because that one guy says it like that. I forget his name. It's the guy from 2. It's the nerd guy. I forget his name. It sounds mean to call him the nerd guy, but that's kind of his whole thing. That was his character arc. It was his character, of course. All right, let's see. What are you dealing with? Do I need to do anything in this room? No. Hello. All right, so he's not helpful. Let's go. I need to remember where things are and what to do in this area. This feels like it's here on purpose. Okay. Oh, well, that's curious. All right. I thankfully have a solution for this. Once I... Oh, I don't have the Tome of Darkness yet. Oh, whoops. Back away. Back away. Oh. That's right, I don't have the tome. I don't have the tome yet, so I can't even do that. Whoops. Run away. Forgot. I kind of forgot. I was just thinking, oh, cool. Oh yeah, I can cast magic. I have damage field. It'd be really good. And then I forgot. Examine, survey the area. All right. Yeah, this part should look familiar to anybody because it's pretty much just, you know, all the same stuff as we've seen before. All right, so now we have to go forward, bitch. We'll grab these while we're here. I know we're gonna be backtracking at some point. I just don't remember when. I will take the sword too. With luck, we won't need it too much. Hey, Sky, how's it going today? Hey. Thankfully, I've been able to rectify mistakes I've made. So, I had a thing happen where we found out only while I was playing this game last week that apparently I missed an item and just, oh cool, we can't even continue the game because we don't have the thing. So, but now that I have it, hopefully I'll be able to finish the game. Sword's the only debate tool you'll need. That is true. It would definitely make things... It's definitely the only tool I need for solving the problem. Okay. Alright, well, we're living. That's good. Oh, jeez. This part of the... I feel like this part of the game is... This part of the game is a little bit stressful because we don't have any weapon. We have a weapon, yeah, but we don't have any... Oh, pickaxe? Oh, crossbow. Doy. We don't have the magic yet. We don't have the ability to heal. Wow, there it is. All right, cool. Run, you lazy turd. Come on. Welcome to the Room of Eternal Screaming. This is where the Book of Ancient Power is, when games came with film grain on default. That's also partially just the fact that this is a game from the GameCube, and also running with the best it can. All right. I'm going to immediately start using magic because we need to heal. Thankfully, we have quick magic. Oh. Oh, hi. Oh, sir. How you doing? You dare not move? That's okay. I really need you to. Just stay here. Emulation's gotten pretty good. Actually, this isn't even emulated. Weird thing, Sky. Funny thing about that. This is actually not emulated. It's running from my Wii through an HD converter to my Elgato. I like to find, if I can help it, I like finding physical copies first. There are some games that I'm probably gonna end up having to emulate if I want to play them, but I like playing games physically as much as possible. But emulation has gotten pretty good, and it's a really good way to experience games that you might have missed. I feel like this game would be good for emulation too, because it's really hard to get. I just got very lucky that there was one locally to me, because I found a copy very locally. Oh wow, you could have way better quality on emulation. Probably. But I like playing. I think it is definitely I definitely recognize that I could have way better quality. But for me, I don't know. It just there's something lost when I don't have a controller and I don't have it like the original hardware. Also, because weird thing, some games work better if they're running on the original hardware. I feel like this one though, I feel like it runs just that little bit better, so it makes me happy. All right. Yeah, I probably could. There's probably a lot I could do to make my experience a lot smoother, but I don't know. I like this. Oh, that's right. I can't actually damage him in this manner. That's right. Better actually. I need to enchant my sword. There we go. Such a beautiful game to not 4K. Had Zelda Breath of the Wild on Switch and wanted to show it off in 4K to my followers. That's fair. I don't know. I really like playing, when I can, I like playing games on the consoles they came on because of just partially pride, but to some lesser extent, it is also just an enjoyment of the original games. It is definitely not a logical reason to prefer, you know, this over emulation. It is definitely far more I just really like getting to play a game in this fashion. Sure, I get that. Yeah, it's just, and I also like it because I got to support a local store because I did this, because I got it from a local place because they had a copy. That made me happy, because getting to support a fellow, like a small business, makes me happy. That's why I buy my Magic the Gathering cards from a local place instead of going to like Walmart or anything. Because to me, it makes more sense to... Can you only cast this as a 5-star? You can. That's interesting. I will say this game is it has a surprising amount of magic, where you are really doing a lot of magic casting. It's a nostalgia thing. Yeah, it's partially, but it's nostalgia. I never played this game as a kid, so I don't have any feelings attached to it. I almost think it's more nostalgia for this era of gaming, where it's like the GameCube controller is in my hand. You know, I have it's hooked up to the Wii, so it's, you know, I'm really, you know, it's really just me playing the game. If I got this game when I was, you know, like a teenager, this is how I would have played it. Hey Nahamaha, how's it going today? Also, oh Nahamaha, you will recognize this. We have the spell now. We have the spells that we were missing. We have the thing. We actually have all the things we were missing. I'm doing good. I feel much better now that we're playing the game properly. I do like being able to modernize an old game with modern updates. You know what? You'd probably really like Proteus then, because it feels like Doom if it was modernized. Like the classic Doom, but it's modernized for like current day. Okay, I really hope that... Yeah, he's coming. I think he's coming. I'm gonna try and draw him to me so I can... Did you ever play more Dead Space in Space? I did, actually. We finished it. We finished it this last Sunday. We finished it and also finished all of Superliminal in one stream, which was kind of surprising, to be honest. Yeah. 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 By the way, if this seems like it's me being a little cheap, these guys don't show any mercy, so it's good. Darn, I missed it. I was pretty surprised that we did so much in a single stream. Hey, Drifter claimed first. Wow. Oh, you need a Buster Sword. Well, that's why I enchanted the sword, because it's the closest I can get. Also, now that we have all of the magic, and we have this purple magic, which is really good. And the Hammer claimed second, ooh. Everybody was quick to grab all of the tags today. Very good, very good. So, to catch everybody up, we now have spell list. So we have all of the spells we need. Because last time we didn't have the spells, so we did not actually have everything. We didn't have summoning. So we have that now. And because I was a good doobie and found some secrets, we also have purple magic. So we now have access to the forbidden magics. Which is weird, because the purple is actually Mantarok. So it's the big flesh thing from the beginning of the game. He gives us magic. Purple magic sounds ancient. It kind of is. Apparently Mantarok's the oldest of the 4, like, eldritch beings, so that's cool. He's also the one who's the least dead, apparently. Because the other 3 got shoved into other dimensions for some reason. Oh. I see. Okay, so this, alright, this is actually the bit. Alright, we'll save, by the way, just to save here. Okay, so this has a purple magic like that too. You ever play Witcher 3? I have not played Witcher 3. I feel like if I'm going to play the Witcher games, I'd want to do them in order if I could help it, but I've also heard that the first Witcher is aged like milk, so I might just have to play Witcher 3 and catch myself up on the lore by reading the books or something. No, I'll figure something out, but I have not. If I'm going to, I'll probably have to stream it because I feel like people would want to see me doing it the first time because I've never actually played the Witcher games at all. Let's see. So I can do this now. Okay, so this summons a zombie. You totally skip the first 2. 3 is pretty comprehensive. Okay, well that'd be okay then. Also, yeah, guys, this is the thing I was missing. Check this out. Okay, you go in here. Bonk. And it opens. That's the thing we were missing this entire time. Because of the bear spawn being broken at times. Beware of the bear spawn. Ah, I see. Makes sense. Oh. Okay. Is my sword still enchanted? Probably double check that. It is not. Okay. Probably should do that right now. There we go. Oh, I'm lacking magic. Alright, well, I'll come back then. I'll just wait. I would rather wait. I'm not going to deal with that if I don't have to yet. Let's see. So, if I remember correctly, which I think I do, maybe, you'll find a hilarious amount of bears at the hideout if you load up at the bottom of the mountain. Just like an avalanche of bears. Just enough bears to make you wonder about the bear population. I have thankfully gotten pretty good at the combat in this game. Stop doing that. It makes me think like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like Skyrim at level 30 broken levels of bears, right? Where it's just too many for any one person to deal with. I'd be okay with that. That'd be kind of fun. Alright, how much magic do I have now? It recharges slowly with time, but okay. I know there's a room full of birds in here, though, so I'm gonna have to deal with this right now, so hang on. Let's see. Damage fields. Should probably stop using Mantarok ones if I can help it, so I'll just use this. Because this does about like 10 going up and 20 going down. It's just like, why so many bears? That's fair. Alright, question. Survey the area. Oh. Yep, that's what I was preparing for. Back away. Back away, heathens. There, that's what I was looking for. Oh no, my sanity is dropping like a rock though. Oh no. Back away. Weird bird people. Okay. Oh, jeez. I won, but Haggard and Horse was just like, what the hell happened? Those dudes look like aliens. They kind of are. They're beings from other... I think they're summons from another dimension, from what I understand. If I understand correctly how it works. Okay, I'm gonna do this really quick, though. There we go. Much better. From what I understand, every single entity in this game that's not Pius Augustus or a human are all being summoned from various places. So I imagine that they're being pulled from extra planar areas. Okay, well that magic field's gonna be there for a while, so I don't really have to stay here. I just like getting rid of those guys because they're kind of strange. You think this guy would get better gear than a dress? He is also an engineer in the Renaissance era, so I will cut him a tiny bit of slack. Because he really wasn't... This guy's built like a Venetian prince. Like, he is not at all prepared for war, like in the slightest. Okay, let's see. I always forget how to go up and down floors. Down floor. Okay, so this one goes down to the special chamber? Oh, it does. Oh, hi. Yeah, there's a lot of weird buildings. They had pants back then. Yes, but the rich people wore clothes like this because they had finer linens, you know? I just climbed the ladder. Assassin's Creed even got pants. True. But there's also guys like the Medicis who just wore weird dresses and stuff, you know? Like that was a thing. It's just, you know, style of the time. It was the style of the thing, you know? It's just... Ah! I accidentally got warped into the nightmare dimension. For my sins, I've been sent to the spaghetti dimension. Alright, let's leave. Yeah, the only downside of this is that we don't really get to decide who we quantum leap into. We just kind of get who we get. So, do you like the poofy Sultan pants? The poofy Sultan pants look like they'd be really comfy to sit in. Alright, well, I'm gonna have the lady speak into my ear and recover my sanity. Very cool. Wait, isn't there a thing right here? There's a thing right here, right? I just remember there is an invisible thing here. I think I got it on accident one time. Nope. Okay, never mind. Yeah, like pajamas all day. Well, I mean, when you're pretty much the richest people in the world, because that's what sultans really were. You could afford to wear your pajamas all day, like just all the time, every time. I just realized how much danger I'm in. Let me put down the damage field because I don't feel like having to fight these guys myself. Okay. Not about to deal with these guys personally. Plus harems. I feel like well, I mean, to me the harems would be kind of like the lowest part of it. I feel like to me it would be the fact that just, oh, do I want something? All right, well, I'll just buy, you know, just. Oh, who was it? There was one sultan in particular who was around. There's some leader who was around during in the 1800s. Guess you need pants that come off quick. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I guess, well, historically context, you just want pants that come off really quick anyway. That's what it was. I need the 5-point reveal invisible. That's what it was. I remember now. Okay, how do I do this again? Narrowcoth and Red Gormore. Okay. So new spell. We'll just do Uyuloth because why not? Man, my brain really did just turn off when just remembering that first one. Narrowcoth, that's what it was. And then we need 2 of these Pargon ones. There we go. But the key that I recognize is that if you can go into a place and buy anything you see because you're just, oh yeah, I am the uber baller, like that would just be fun. You just show up, just, oh hey, I'm gonna buy this thing now. Like, okay, I guess you are gonna buy the thing. Didn't realize that you have a concept of money that doesn't physically exist at this point. You know, like, oh, this guy just, what was it? There's one king of, it was one of the African kingdoms. I'm trying to remember which one. It was he had enough gold where he actually gave like a big rock of gold and just did that.
Don't be so weak, Alex. You have a stronger mind than this. bring up a weakling, not a scared wretch.
Also, I figured out.
You kept all this from me.
Also, I figured out what this is, and I. So, for those who.
With me.
I couldn't. I could never give you the burden
For those who might not know, I found out that this part.
to grow up and leave me alone.
I found out something about this part of the game that
Why couldn't you have been
was really interesting. Found out something that was kind of interesting about this part. It made sense in like retrospectively. It made sense, but I actually had a realization while I was. Oh, we need this. Well, I'll take this. I had a realization while I was playing the game because when I went to look up stuff because I was like, oh, where's this thing? I found out something I wasn't supposed to, and I'm not gonna bring it up right now, but I found out something about that scene that makes more sense because you know if you're actually paying attention to the story, it's like, well, wait, her granddad wouldn't say that, and it's like, well, yeah. So important stuff for later. Let's see, where am I going now? I feel like I'm putting off the room that I haven't been in yet because I want to go to all the places that I know I've been before so I can get them done. Let's see, up doy. All right, cool. Okay, so I do know how to do this part now. Again, I know how to do this part too because we have the. I learned how to do this part. Bellist shield. 5. Does doing it with Mantarok work better? You could have. Try to imagine how cool the fashion must be if you. Whoa. Okay. Just gonna run. Okay, so we didn't actually need to use special magic for this part. I see. That works. This is the part that I'm. Oh yeah, this scene cuts off for some reason. I forgot about that, where the scene just cuts off. It's too dangerous to survey right now. Oh well. How about some of this? I feel like though, if you're at the 1400, because this is 1460, as I recall. This part of the game, the story is in the 1460. That was easy. Yeah, those guys show up and they're not that hard. It's fine. Yeah, it's really weird how those guys. I thought you needed some like enchanted crossbow to kill them. I didn't actually think that one hit would work. I was just like, oh, one hit. I'll just slap him. It's fine. And then I didn't expect it to actually work though. So interesting. Yeah, the game's combat ranges from, oh, I actually have to think about this, to, man, it really is that easy, huh? It really was that easy. Oh yeah, also Sky, for your context, this game is basically Horror Quantum Leap, where we read a book and continuously learn the story as we find out more about what happened that led to where we are. And we're basically fighting the forces of eternal darkness, you know, as you do. And we are viewing those stories through the book of the Tome of Eternal Darkness, as being read by Alex, who's the lady we just saw. This dude needs to really take a breath. That was you know, come on, man. I understand this guy's. I need more mindless violence in my games. Well, this game's. It does have good combat. It does require me to think a little bit though, so. The only thing that made me sad was when I missed an item, and I had to reset the game because I missed one thing, and without it I couldn't actually finish the game. So that one kind of sucked. That one stung a little bit, but okay. Let's see. I want the 5-point damage field because I'm lazy. Yep, they're coming. Okay, cool. And that gives me time to put enchant item on the sword. There we go. Yeah, I don't like games that have that kind of function. Oh, like where you have like I feel like it's when the game doesn't properly advertise it. That's when I'm like, where you can't finish. Yeah, that was something we didn't know about until it was too late, though. Because I'd been finding all the runes and stuff, but then... Oh, jeez. But that was something I think was it must have been an oversight on the developer's part, because I don't think they really meant for it to be like that. We'll just take green, why not? I don't think they even meant for it to be possible for it to soft lock like that. I think it really was just something went horribly wrong, and I just missed it. But it is something that was kind of like, wow, really? You can miss that? But yeah, it's weird. But thankfully, I was able to... It only took me a little bit of time to redo that part, so it wasn't horrible, but it was kind of just sad. All right, well, there goes all of my sanity. Am I missing something and you miss a character route or outcome? Yeah, when it's like an optional thing, it doesn't feel that bad, but when it is actually you can't complete the game without this one thing, and you can miss it without meaning to, that can feel really bad. Thankfully, this makes fighting this thing a little easier. This does make this a lot easier, because the fact you can't stab me is really nice. Man, this is a lot easier. The game ending stuff kills me. Yeah, it feels bad. It feels bad when you don't have a say in doing that, you know, where it's like, oh, cool. It's better when it's like, oh, it's an ending, you know, you get an ending for doing so. I thought I said hi to Drifter. I hope Drifter's doing okay. I know he's on the train usually at this point of the day. Hope he's doing okay. Let's see. Where am I going? I have to remember where I'm going. I think this is the room. Oh. Hey, there's a cutscene. Oh, this is where Pius got the artifact.
Venture no further or be struck down where you stand.
Who? What?
I am the guardian of this temple, the Forbidden City. None shall enter except the chosen. Speak.
Okay. These girls are creepy.
You are the chosen. For many years I have tested those who came here, and all have failed. You are unaffected by the power I wield, and thus must surely be the chosen.
I?
This guy's like, what?
As you were, confused and without answers, yet they came in time. Now my duty is complete. I can finally rest. My sacrifice was not in vain.
So he was able to do the thing. Oh, that's good. Chosen or thief. I'm happy that Kareem was finally able to take a dang break, because he was stuck in here for quite a while. Oh, the green artifact. Okay, interesting. Essence of Zelototh. And the ruby effigy. Oh, that's the one that... Okay, interesting. Yeah, so the... Complete his survey, he can return to the surface and report his findings to his captor. Alright, cool. Now I can leave. So this is literally all I was missing. Oh. Agony. Pain and agony. Very cool. Only chosen with pants may proceed. The way they choose the chosen is whether or not they have magic powers or if they have good pants. That's all we got, I guess. Thankfully, that means that we won't have to play as this guy any longer, because we'll be done. Okay, now which way is it for me to get out? Because now I need to remember how to get out of here. Let's see. Looks like... Oh, no, it's that way. I remember now. I remember. Wranglers, wow, you have passed. You have the right pair of pants. You may now leave. Hope everyone's day is going well, though. I had my work day got really messed up, though, but I feel I feel like playing this now and just hug the left wall. I could just hug the left wall, just hang on. Hey, Drifter. I'm happy that we were able to get through this part that was soft locked earlier, so happy that this is done now. Up we go. The left hand or right hand rule. I think just whatever hand you choose, as long as you stick to one, then you're good for being able to exit. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna let you guys handle that. I'll just see you guys later. Don't work, just be salt and rich. Did the claim not go through the update one? Ah, I don't think so. I don't think it did. Let me see. Oh, there it did. Now it did. Jeez, there it goes. Yes, so I'm gonna be delaying a little bit on the game this week, and maybe next week some, because I'm gonna be working on two things. The first is I'm gonna be working on the model for. I'm adding a VTubing aspect to the channel. It won't be very big. I want to add a model that I make myself, because I want to have pride and make my thing, and I have an idea, a specific idea for it, so I'm being very specific about it. Okay, and hey, we're done here.
And what news do you bring me, Architect?
The foundations are infested. Demons and devils. Many lives will be lost if you try to build there.
You have done well to complete your goal, Bianchi. The construction will continue as planned.
But the demons! You'd be insane to build there.
Silence,
I like
dog.
this. Making your own model? Yes, but I need to learn.
Is the very reason it was built. For you to understand, you must witness it firsthand. Let me educate you. Guards! Put this one with the others of the sacrifice.
Oh, he's dead. 2D or 3D? Mine is gonna be 3D. Very low. It's gonna be. I had the idea to make. I'm gonna make a model that's closer to an N64 era model. Like, I want to make an N64 level model.
You are wicked, but I am more wicked than you. So be silent.
Oh, he's dead.
Now you, Architect, you are about to make your largest contribution to this project.
So it'll be a low poly model. I had yes, and I had the idea. What I wanted to do was make a N64 era model. And how are you making your model? I'm gonna make it in Blender. And he's dead. And it'll be. What I want to do is make it so it has basic, like, it's gonna have head tracking. Like, that's the thing I really want it to be, is accurate head tracking. But the animations are gonna be of that era. Because what I wanted to do was go with the theme of having a ambitious making in Blender. Well, I have experience in Blender at this point. I've never done rigging for animation before. I think I have a lot. I don't remember doing so. What the heck? Unseen force guides Alex's hand towards the painting. Compel her to look behind it. There's a chapter page behind it. Oh, it's just right there? Really? Realization that Roberto's spirit is aiding her. Oh, so all of the spirits are aiding Alex whenever she's trying to find stuff. That's cool. But I've worked in Blender before, so it's not alien to me. But I'm going to make the model myself and then do the rigging. And I'm going to use a.
Its hunger increases, and the binding continues to weaken.
There's a program called Animes, and I'm going to use that for mine.
There is no choice in the matter. It must remain and guard the artifact until the time of planetary alignment. After that, the Guardian may
But
return
it'll
to
be.
its
I'm doing that along with
Our master does not like failure. It is imperative to keep the binding intact.
Then we have to
because I've heard of it. Yeah, and it's so I'll be using that for the that side. So that'll be added, I'm guessing, in November at some point. I want to get I need to get a webcam to do face tracking, and I'll need to do some testing. So it won't be soon, but it'll happen. And let's see. I don't think I need to do anything else in the I don't think I need to do anything else yet, so I'm gonna save while I can. And animes was really crappy for me. Yeah, it's the thing about it that I'm looking at it is that it's like, well, it can handle that kind of model type, so we'll see. I just remembered. You have an iPhone, the tracking on those is the best. I do, so I might need to use that then, which means I'll have to find a different way to do chat then. I might need to use the extension for chat in OBS then, because, yeah. Ah, yes. Yeah, Drifter, what's up? I'll have to think about it, though. But I'm also going to be writing an album of music for the next week or two. I'll probably be fast-tracking it. Want to pick your brain for some philosophy? I'm down for it. I'll finish your update really quick before you pick my brain. But I'm going to be doing also an album of music, so that might come out before too long in November. So we'll see. VC Face and V Magic are pretty awesome. I'll write those down. I still need to do more research, but it'll be something that will take time, of course. Time and research will get me to where I want it to be, so it'll be fine. I'm sure that once I do my research and get everything made and set up, it'll be well. So Drifter, what's up? What's your question? I'm ready for the philosophy now.
Over 19,000 men lost their lives every day in the trenches of the Somme. Some say uselessly, some invoke a higher cause.
Oh boy, World War I.
Slaughter from many journalists who spent time in the trenches.
Not sure if your Blender model will work for it, but it works with other Blender models so far. Well, it probably will. I just have to be careful.
Ancients' involvement with the war was hideous and so obvious. With the horror of the Battle of the Somme scant miles away and the distant echoes of pounding artillery, a young journalist named Peter Jacob researched his latest story from the front.
So it'll be, well, it'll be a lot of research, and it'll be stuff I need to do.
Now transformed into a field.
It'll definitely be something I have to test and find what works best for me. And once I figure it out, it'll be fine.
I find no solace in the purpose behind all the senseless violence that surrounds me. Young men.
It is interesting being back at this place again, but in the 1900s. That's cool.
Shelling, machine guns, mustard gas, rip, pierce, and burn your flesh. Men soak gauze in their own urine to stop the insidious gas. The hospitals here cannot cope with the torrent of wounds.
What are your thoughts on AI-generated art? Is it plagiarized art or completely new art inspired by other works? Is it fair use? And would the person generating the art have copyright over the new art? Does it belong to the AI coder? A lot of people like the YouTube Studio. Yeah, I'll be testing a lot of things, Sky, on that part. So I'll have to test a lot of different methods to see which one is the best. And Drifter, on your point, I'm a bit uncertain because legally the AI art would enter some sort of fugue state because the person who wrote the code doesn't make the art. He just creates a program that generates it, but it generates it using other people's work. Here's the thing, on the one hand, I think that the fact that AI art is the trouble is that AI generated art that doesn't use algorithms that scan other artwork to do so, those belong to I would say those belong to the person who, programmed it, because I think it'd be very hard to separate those two things. How are we doing, sir? And I don't think it's inherently evil. I think like everything on the internet, including the internet itself, it's not inherently evil, but it's not inherently good either. Gets collaboration if you have permission from the source art. Well, and the trouble is that it's not necessarily soldiers' orders. You need to read a lot of stuff. I see. I actually don't know this part, so we're gonna have to be running around a lot to figure this out. But the trouble is that there are methods to use AI generated art that are good and particularly, and I would say particularly helpful even because they're able to give a base thing for people to work from. But it's not always true but AI can pull from multiple sources art. And that's part of it. That's part of what I think is the problem with it, is that a lot of it can pull from other sources. Like most of the AI, I think novel AI pulls from, they use other art styles and other artists as their basis. Which I think definitely changes how you can perceive it. So it'd have to credit every piece of reference. Well, and it would be much like citing your works when... It'd be like citing your works when writing an essay, right? Because an essay of a educational form is generally considered to be derivative work because you're writing things and creating a new piece by using references from other pieces. So I do think that it'd be if the owner that has a license. I would think that it would be more that the AI art it's almost like a cover song where it is covered by fair use, but it's not necessarily... Actually, you know what? That's probably the closest I can get to a good answer on this. Using AI art is a lot like, and even just, you know, basing your art style on someone else's is a lot like a cover song. You're not the one who writes it, and you know that is something you have to understand and know, is that you don't own this art in the same way. You own the tools that you use to make that art, and you have ownership over that piece in particular, but you don't actually own the original, you know, the intellectual property of that work. And because of that, a lot of people will find you to be... I made mine on Vroid, and you get the license to the model and permissions of use. So far, the most effective use of AI is to use to create a reference, then the artist has to add to it to make the original. And I think that's a fine way to use it. And I think even doing derivative works is fine. It's just a matter of being cognizant and aware that, you know, that you're doing that. It sounds more like it's a moral dilemma less than it being anything of a, to me at least, it sounds like it's more of a moral dilemma than one of a legal standpoint, because a lot of people are using it for that reason, to make references and to do... I feel like I missed something at some point here, because I don't have the tome yet. Maybe I need to give the soldiers the orders to the new guy. Maybe I need to give it to the... I think it's this guy, maybe? Maybe this guy he wants to use. Guard inspects his orders and hands it back to Peter, saying these are intended for someone else. Okay. Well, let me try handing it to these guys. Okay, they're intended for someone else. Got it. But I think that it's more like a cover song where, even though it is allowed to be done, like, you can do that. You can completely go about, you know, you making this artwork and doing it as you wish. But it's kind of like, oh, but why would you do that? And just kind of be like, it feels very not cool to do that, you know? Flash powder, soldier's letter number 1. Interesting. And a flash pan. I think the community feels more worried about people stealing work and posing as the artist. See, that's I think where I think it's reasonable to be, you know, upset and worried, because I think that's reasonable, because I've seen people selling AI generated art selling as if they were custom made. Yeah, and I think that's more just like, it's just another form of people committing the same acts that we've seen before. It's just that it's more accessible. It's almost like they made theft more accessible, but I don't think that it's inherently... I don't think it's inherently evil, though, because people on the internet have done that like since the internet was made, right? There have just been lots of people who just decide to say, hey, I'm going to sell myself as this person, right? Where I'm going to sell myself as I'm the artist who does this. I am the one who, you know, does these things. Lucky penny. Interesting. Static logs, human war. Well, this is freaky. Ah, okay, I get the Tome of Eternal Darkness now. I can tell that I am going to be entering something horrible. Alright, it's Bianchi. I haven't actually gotten to see Bianchi's statue. Well, that's cool. That's not good. But I think that I honestly think that it's much like any other tool where it's not inherently okay, that thing, I think he's dodging, so I'm gonna cast some magic here. Okay, I'm gonna back up for a moment. Okay. But it's much like any other tool where people will use it for good. It has a stigma of false advertising, even though it's not always the case. It's risky for the consumers of the artist's skills, fear similar dilemma of accusation. I think that's also true. But I do think that from my understanding of it, and of course this is just from the game design perspective, and it's from my personal perspective, when I hear about this and I see this thing, and a friend of mine uses the tool just to generate, you know, like he likes generating like his own artwork for stuff, and you know, like some D&D stuff too, you know. And when I see it, it doesn't strike me as this inherently horrible thing, because to me it seems like much like the other tools on the internet, you know, Photoshop for, you know, various reasons, and the various other tools and methods that people, you know, cheat, really. A lot of those tools are not inherently evil. It's the way in which people decide to use those tools that determines their nature. You know what I mean? Because the way that we use things like this, a tool does not become evil just because of its nature, just because of what some people use it for. Because you know, similar but not wholly the same argument. Because I don't want to say this is the same argument, but it's the same to me. It's similar to how firearms are discussed. A firearm itself does not kill someone. It is somebody deciding to use a firearm to kill someone that kills someone. So to me, any tool can be used for malicious intent. Somebody can use AI generated art to steal profits from other people and to make art. Chaotic neutral tools. I think all tools are true neutral. All items in the world, you can use AI generation to use a workload, but it has similar method of wrong use. Right. To me, it's like you can use a hammer to... Hey, Echo, how's it going today? We're talking philosophy right now. And I don't think that... And I think that AI generated work is much the same, where when you consider how AI art is used, as the saying goes, guns don't kill people, people kill people. As the saying goes, yeah. And it's not that, and with the AI, and with like AI generated art, it's not necessarily that AI generated art is bad or it's evil or it's horrible. It's that there will always be people who want to use these things for selfish reasons. And that's generally true for a lot of things. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm doing quite well. I'm doing a lot better. Right, I'm doing a lot better today. Today was a little rough because I had some stuff going on, but honestly, I feel a lot better. And today, all right, let's see. I can go in here. Oh boy, that's not good. Well, that's nice. Oh, man. All right then, but I think today's definitely going better now, especially now that I'm playing in the game and I get to hang out with you guys. My day improves greatly whenever I get to stream and we're having fun. And the fact that we made major progress already, that makes me really happy. But to kind of wrap that point though, I think that I do think that AI generated art can be used for very good things. I'm on the search for a true type font version of the Windows 3.1 VGA system.font. VGA sys.font. Ah, I see. That's pretty cool. Oh, Hecko, by the way, to let you know, I've been working on some stuff myself art-wise, and it's gonna be fun. I hope I get to show more of it. I'm gonna try and post on Twitter if and when I finish the first pass on the model. Because I'm doing a VTuber model thing. Oh, a torch. I'll take that. That sounds like it'd make things a lot easier. Especially given that... What the heck? Oh my goodness. I'll catch you later to make you good luck with the rest of your stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Sky. It was nice to see you again. Can't wait to see your model. I hope I get to put up a first pass on Twitter soon. So hopefully I'll be able to show you guys how that's turning out soon. Ow. Ah! Ah! Take that. Thank you. Working on overlay. Ooh, very cool. I think making the overlay is something that I feel like it's up to personal taste. As you can see, I kept mine relatively simple, mostly because it is entirely due to the fact that I want as much of the screen as possible to be game focused thing, you know. I have things for game that are in 4:3 but nothing for games that are in 16:9. Interesting. I feel like then you'd have to adjust for the ratio. You might need to have a proper amount of black space. Can you record a few making of behind the scenes too? I could try. I could definitely at least try to record something. 4:3 is an old CRT. Want to see your process? I will try my best to record that. I'm gonna write that down because I'm making the first pass on it tomorrow. So I'll make a point to record doing so. Of course, I might need to make sure I have copyright free music playing so I don't accidentally get the video pulled because I'm a fool. Ah, I'm out of magic. I'll try my best. Yeah, so wait, Hecko, so when you say the thing, do you mean like you have an overlay for 4:3? Mark, I'm curious now, because now you're saying, so is it... Do this, because I need to recover sanity. I really am excited. I will make sure that I do so. I'll try my best to remember. I wrote it down, so I should be able to remember easy. Yeah, you have one for 4:3 already. So, when a game projects in 16:9, you don't have something for that. Okay. My initial thought was, well, if you made an overlay that supports 16:9, and then, well, the way that I would do it, just going off the cuff, is that you could, in theory, because of how you could make two different overlays, but that would be, actually, no, that wouldn't work very well, would it? How would you do that? So I've made as a frame for 16:9 for a 16:9 game. Oh, I get to see it. Okay. I do think that it may be something that, oh, is this the sword? Oh, it's the sword that Anthony and Brother Luther had. I'm gonna use that so much right now. Mine. I love this sword. This sword makes me happy. Which is weird because I don't know why. Wait, no links to chat. I actually have dropped that for now. Because I think I did. Because you put down a thing that recognizes a link and it didn't throw a hissy. Is that a Twitch whisper? Ah, let me check really quick. Allow me a moment to check because I wish to see this thing. Hang on. Ooh. Where is it? Oh, come on, bump off you. Where is it? Ooh, there it is. I see. Do. Gotta check the thing. Let's see. Oh wait, no, that's the interesting. It sent me it's still the glitch one. Interesting. Go back. But send Twitch whisper. I will make sure I'll have to take a look in a moment then because it's still sending. At least I think it is. Yeah, it's still sending. Okay. I'll have to check it later. But my second thought then was, because I was trying to figure out, okay, well, because I don't know, it's difficult, right? Because you have to. Yeah, I've for now made it so that links are. Let's see. Ah, I see. I like that. That's pretty good, actually. I think it's definitely funny because it invokes that old school aesthetic. I like that a lot. Oh, it opens. Oh, that's right. I was in here. Hello. Excuse me. Okay, never mind. Didn't want to be in here. My bad. Okay. I don't know if I need anything else because I have all the spells I need, so I'll have to figure that out. Stop. 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 Bird. Stop. Stop. All right, good. Whew. I think the only thing I would say is that it would be from personal taste, if because I know your 4-3-1. I guess the only trouble would be that it's like, how do you switch between them if you're going to have two different overlays? And I guess the key thing would be maybe if you made it look more like an HD TV and you had that black space a little bit for the 4-3. That's what I kind of have to suffer with that a little bit when I play games, because if a game comes out in 4-3, I know that my HD converter will fix it, but I don't know. Oh, it's all in parts in OBS. Ah, I see. So yeah, so you'd have to adjust your ordering, I guess. I guess that would be how it'd have to work. It'd be kind of tough though, but I think it would work. Be a little strange, but I think it would work. It's not safe to save right now. I see. Let's see. Do this. I don't know why I did it like this, because I could have just done that, but let's see. Pretty sure at this point then I can go... Oh, I can go in the back. That's right. There's a door. Well, I can go in the basement. Yep, basement time. I should absolutely be using the torch. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, that's not freaky at all. So I can turn stuff on, off and on and on. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I'm not the best judge for overlay stuff because my overlay is very bare bones. But that's because that's what I prefer. And it's definitely a preference thing where if you have the ability to make layers and you have a lot of different moving parts, then as long as you keep it well organized, I think it's just fine. But the number one key would be making sure that you know how what you make works. Because as long as you know how your stuff works, then it's kind of as long as you're happy with how it looks, then it's good. But let's see. What? Surprised that it's not more chaotic for Frontline Hospital. After all, isn't this where all the death certificates are written? Oh. I mean, probably not, given everything, but... Oh, jeez, that sucks. That sucks. All the death certificates are written here, right? Well, sorta. There's a lot of rifle ammunition, but not a lot of... rifles. That's a little worrying. But I know that mine could stand to be improved to an extent, but I'm not sure how yet. Oh, whoops. Well, I can reload outside here. That'd be fine. And I definitely think that if I'm gonna change my overlay, I feel like it would not be a very big change. At least general for you guys. For me, it would probably be a lot because I'd have to change a lot of things in order to make it different, but I think I'll go this way for just grab health really quick, and I'll just recover sanity while I'm here. Because I can stand on this thing. No spells can be cast while in the trapper dimension. That's right. But I think that with every streamer, I think the key is that their overlay makes them happy. Because I think, you know, you can make any overlay and somebody will be happy with it. But I think as long as you're the one who's happy, I think that's what's more important. Definitely hit something. Oh, did he change which one is the handle? My goodness. Please no. Oh no. I don't like this dude's breathing. Wow, this has actually got like rightfully creepy. Oh, that's weird. You can't turn this one. Interesting. Oh, that's right, because the other door is locked. That's right. I remember now. So I need to go back. I think I need to go back upstairs and do something because I think I found everything down there, but I'm not 100% sure. But for me, it's like I have, you know, I have the follower goal that comes up down there. I have screen blocker in case I need to stop the screen. I have my boy. I feel like my boy is gonna move. He's gonna move a little bit whenever I get my model done, and only because of the fact that he's going to be moved to be closer because the two of them will be. Can I play? Can I play? Probably be played. Oh, I have to restore power. I see. Okay. Wait a minute. Is that a wait? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 7 point? What? What? I need a 7 point to do that? Well, that doesn't seem fair. Okay. Alright, sanity's good now, so we can go, but... Interesting. Okay, so I need a 7 point rune? Okay. That's curious. So where do I get... So where am I going to get the 7 point? But I'm definitely... I definitely kept mine as simple as possible because I wanted to... It's based on needs, right? I think it's true for even when you're developing a game or writing music or doing anything, really. I think that it's really dependent on whether or not you're fulfilling your needs. Because that's what really matters when you're doing that kind of stuff. When you're making something that... Like a tool. Because I think overlays are much like a tool. I think they're much like a tool because they help convey information. And by... Oh, hi. Hello. Please leave me alone. You know what? I better make sure I'm going to use damage field just to make sure that... Ow. Be trapped in the magic triangle. Okay, I'm going to get out the sword. This is going to take too long if I just wait. All right, cool. There we go. Easy. But when you make something that for conveying information, because it's a lot like a user interface, where you want to make sure that it's, you know, clear, concise, and aesthetically pleasing. The number one thing is that information shouldn't be hard to parse. You know, it shouldn't be very difficult to figure out what's going on screen at all times, or what's going on, you know, with your audio. That's actually something that I actually do think that is something that because I've watched a fair number of streamers to try and, like, you know, learn more about what I like and don't like in my UI when it comes to my overlays and stuff. Others said Lance Corporal Haskell has not been discharged but gone missing. Instead, with an unholy dread. So one of the commanders is definitely not it's probably pious again. But it really does come down to what your preferences are and what... Ow. Why are you up here, lady? Well, actually, more specifically, why are you up here in this manner? But what I did learn was that one of the things I don't like is when... Oh, whoops. Screwed up the casting. I don't like it when there's too much going on. You know, like if there's, like, a lot of audio... like on top of the game and like at most for me it's like game audio and my speaking, and then, you know, like alerts and up and like things like that. I think that it's a 3 is where I think it caps off, but once you're able to add too many complex things, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, you have, you know, sensory overload, and it's like, oh geez. But again, it's a matter of preference. It's not like every stream needs that, because some streamers they have that high energy multi, you know, blast you in the face kind of thing going on. But that's their aesthetic, and it works well for them because they're able to they make it work very well. And it's very true for games too, where you know, some UI works really, really well when it's, you know, left alone and it's very bare. Whereas other people's UI, it's best to just have it clean. Who watches streams for the gameplay? I'm here for the screen clutter. Well, I'll slowly be getting to my level of screen clutter, which is going to be when I have a a 3D model of my fox up there. It'll be interesting too, because that means that I'll basically have something for the visuals of. I think I'll have the visuals for both me and for you know, like other stuff. So I think that'll be fun. I'll have a slight bit of screen clutter. I think I remember I got turned away from adding more to my screen at one point because I accidentally had my follower bar covering my health bar in Hades. So like you guys couldn't see how much health I had left when I was playing Hades, and it was just, man, that was very silly. But it's like I might just adjust my overlay so that there's, you know, like the game is moved up a little so I can put all that stuff on like a bottom row thing. But I feel like that'd be a lot of extra work that I'd have to do, but I don't know. Could just move it, yeah. I feel like I need to change my overlay a little bit anyway, just because, I don't know, it's nice, but I feel like I could change it a tiny bit so it's a little better. And I think by making the game capture, you know, like, by moving it to the left, to the top left, doing it that way, I think that'd be better. Okay, so now alright, so we turned the power back on. Okay, that's good. But yeah, I think this week and next week are going to be me doing a lot of extra work. It's very candy corn looking, festive. Well, I like orange. I like orange, black, and white. I think orange and black have become my favorite, like, you know, binary color scheme. For one reason or another. A fuse is missing. What? You serious right now? Did I find a fuse? Don't think I did. In a rush of inventiveness, Peter jams the lucky penny in place of the fuse. Amazing, it works. The fuse has been replaced. Okay, so that's on. So I think that's on now. Did I turn this on? Did I turn it on here? I like orange. Also, I think it's interesting because of all the things I've seen, I have not seen many streamers using the color orange. It is one of those things that I think is very confusing to me, because it's a color scheme that I have not seen many use. Most people go for red and blue, or, you know, like green and purple. I do not see many going for orange, so I don't know. I find it nice that it's in a way a very unique color scheme. Okay, so I'm going to go back upstairs and see if I can, because now I should be able to use the organ, so I should be able to play the music. Because now I can play the music and open the doodad, which probably has the 7-point magic. I do like that. I do like that once a month, though, it becomes very festive. Wow. Well, that's not good. That's a lot of broken glass. Okay. Play the organ. I messed up. But there's a lot to it, and I feel like if I'm gonna make changes, I want to make changes that I'm really, really happy with. I know one of the ones I had the thought of was using a I wanted to make a repeating texture to put as a my buffer on my overlay. I need to make I'll probably make the overlay. Probably do that Friday. You know, right? I'm making a note. Apologies. Update for YouTubing. Oh my goodness, the Hamahad chose my next Sunday. Oh my goodness, you saved up for that. Oh my goodness. All right, well, I need to write that down. So I have a question. Do you want me to change the schedule for this week, or do you want me to move it to? Do you want me to choose Sunday for the next week? So it'd be the difference would be, do you want to take the 30th and I'll swap Kill with Fire? Or do you want me to, or do you want to take the 6th of November? I'll also let you choose that, because you're also choosing the game. Oh, I did it. Well, what game am I playing next Sunday? I will write it down. Okay, so now that we've opened the thing, I need to go see what I... Ah! I'm gonna also cast a damage field so I can sit for a moment. Romanclovania has a demo on Steam. Romanclovania. Steam. Okay. Nahamaha, am I playing that this next Sunday, which is October 30th, or will it be November 6th? I will play whichever one. I'll swap it. I'll move things around if you want me to. I will very glad, because it's the first time this redeem has been used, I will very gladly move the schedule as I wish for that purpose. So I will change it if you want me to, because I feel like that is extremely cool. All right, I need to back up. Ooh. Yeah, it seems like bullets don't really work on this thing. There we go. November? Okay. All right. It will be added. It has been decided. So I will be playing Romanclovania on Steam, which also means I am being forced into PC streaming, which is good. Oh, whoops, that's door. Wait, door handle? What the heck am I missing a door handle? All right, I will. But thank you for redeeming that. That's very cool. I haven't gotten to see that redeem yet, so that really threw me off. I was like, holy, that's a lot of points. It's insane. Now we wow, that our first time getting a game redeem. Ooh. I'm just sitting here like, ooh. Oh boy. I get too excited, I'm sorry. I see something like that, my brain just immediately goes, oh. All right, let's see. We need to figure out where this door handle goes. Doesn't go here, does it? Nope. Okay. Oh my goodness, that's really cool. All right, so we need to figure out where the door handle goes now. I'm still not 100% sure the flow of this level yet, because we're back in the cathedral again, but it's a very weird place. I wanted to redeem a game a while back, but you said I should wait until after November. I said should, but that was only because I was looking at it and I was like, I was thinking about it. I'm like, well, it'd be really hard to fit in everything for, you know, like I want to do all the horror stuff, and I want to make sure that if your guys' redeems get in, that you get them immediately when they, you know, when I get them. Because it's like, I wanted to make sure you guys got what you guys wanted as soon as possible. So I want to make sure. But yeah, no, I do. Yeah, I do get it. Let's see. I need to figure out where to go now, because I don't think what the heck? I don't think I fully grasp where I'm supposed to be going. Maybe. I'm trying to guess which area to go into. I think it might be one of the two. It has to be one of the. I think it's one of the towers, but I'm not sure yet. I'll have to. I might need to just trace the walls and see about. Wait, there's something back there. What the heck is that? What is that? I see it. Wait, no. Oh, wait, no, that's an... Oh, it was probably an artifact of the lighting. Okay, never mind. I see. No, I do understand, but thank you. But... Oh, yeah. I want to make sure you guys get all your... I want to make sure you guys... When you guys redeem a game, you get it as soon as possible. And I think I really was thinking that it would probably be best to do it that way. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm missing. It's probably down here. It's probably something down here that I'm missing, but I'm not sure what yet. Let's see. Examine. Okay. Well, I got the door handle, so... I'm guessing it's something down here, but I just don't know what. Definitely not fully... Of course, the downside is that I learned the layout of this place, and then they changed it. Is there not a map? There is, but I don't... Let's see. How different is it from the last one? Let's see. So I did that. Went up to there, so that's not worrying. Did all that stuff, I think. Yeah, I did all the stuff over there. Did all that stuff. Let's see. If I go all the way up floor... Oh, whoops. If I go all the way up floor, one of them's the bell tower. I've done that. Yeah, thank you, Nahama. I do always forget. I think the main thing to me is I always forget to check the map for things that are like discrepancies. I always forget to check for discrepancies. So I know that that's connected to that. Which room? I'm in the bedroom right now. Wait, no, I'm in the hallway with the bedrooms. Okay, so there's the bellows. Let me go back into the room with the wine cellar, because I think that might be where I'm getting tripped up, because there's clearly something in here that I'm missing. Okay, so power's on. And I remember there's a secret chamber in the wine cellar. This thing. Because one of these opens it, and that's why I'm kind of confused by that, because I feel like maybe it's just reveal invisible. I feel like that'd be what it is if it's not. I don't know. This feels like something that would just be it's an invisible thing and I don't see it. It's gotta be something, right? Nope. Huh. Okay, that's kind of confusing, because so the secrets aren't the same, even though, I don't know, can I just hit this? No. Flash powder. What does this do? For photographs, I see. Check. Oh, I can stun enemies with the flash pan. Oh, that's kind of funny. So you can use the camera to flash things. Okay, check. It doesn't appear to belong to any particular door in sight. What? How does that work? Haunt the walls and corridors. Presses ghosts or sounds movement. It fears the worst by talking about other soldiers that they hear cries and snarls. So what am I... Alright, so there's clearly a piece of the puzzle that I'm missing, but I'm not quite sure what it looks like yet. You know what I mean? Where there is a piece of the puzzle that I'm clearly not seeing. I'm guessing that with that door handle that doesn't go to a door in particular, that I do need reveal invisible for something. Because I need to find a door that doesn't quite exist. At least in the same way that doors exist. Which is really silly, but... Okay. Curious. Yeah, but I'm hoping also, the month of November is going to be stacked now, because now we have games that I've never played before. And then we're also, well, from games and series that I've never played before. Play the organ? Can I do it again? I can just do that. Just wanted to pop in and say someone was able to get Doom running on Notepad of all things. I love that. I want to figure out how the heck people do that. How do you get it to run on... Wait, how do you get it to run on Notepad? Wait. Wait, no, that's where I got the door handle. Wait a minute. Okay, so I got the door handle here. Maybe the higher levels are reveal invisible. I think that the thing I'm missing is that... I think I just realized where it is. I just had the weirdest, oh god, I just remembered where it is kind of thing. Where it's oh, I think I know where I'm looking. Okay. Alright, so I have 2 guesses. I think it's in this room. It's probably in this room. Hang on. Ooh. Okay. Field on, 3-point. We'll just do purple. Just to keep my health a little bit better. Oh, whoops. That's kind of silly. I feel like getting games to run on silly hardware is really fun. Finish. Can I finish? Can I finish? I finish. I'm guessing that I have to use the higher levels of reveal invisible somewhere. Or rifle ammunition. Let me get out the torch again and then try casting the level 5 reveal invisible here. I think I saw someone run Doom on their smart fridge once. That I have seen. That one makes a lot of sense to me. Wait a minute. This looks like a door. Use a door here? Maybe I need to use Reveal Invisible 5 point. Maybe I need to use it for blue? Because it would be the opposite for red. Okay, no, that's not it. Then what's this thing? There's clearly something here. What is it? Oh, maybe. Wait, what if I use the... What if I use this? If I use the flash pan? Okay, well, that was a fun idea, but I don't think it worked. It did not work. Okay, good to know. Huh. Okay, well, the other place I can think to check, if it's not there, it would probably be upstairs then, if I had to guess. Because there's a couple of places where doors used to be in the cathedral, where I remember there were doors in other parts of the game. So this is where I got the sword. Okay, I still have Reveal Invisible on, so maybe I'll be able to find something. Nope. Okay, I think that the other place would be upstairs, the upstairs section of the My other thought would be that it has to be in the section where there's a hidden door in what used to be a study. I'm remembering the area where when you play as Anthony. But that feels very tenuous. Let me go check that. Also gonna heal my sanity a little bit because we're running a little low on the sanity. Oh wait, no, we're not. What the heck? Oh, I've been doing really nice. I've been taking care of myself. Let's see. Okay, so that door goes that way. I know that door exists. That's the basement. What part of this have I not checked everything yet? That's the study up there. You know, I'm gonna try Reveal Invisible here and just see what happens. I'm just gonna see if it... I'm gonna see if it gives me a reaction, because if it does, that'd be fantastic. Okay, magic, Reveal Invisible, 5 blue. Okay. So okay, that's actually really confusing, because that means that just because I don't think I really recognize what's necessary to solve this yet. Because I think I've checked everything at this point, unless I'm greatly underestimating how much could be in the other rooms. But let me check one more time with Reveal Invisible, just to... Better to be safe than sorry at this point. Okay, this place is still empty. I feel like this is what happens with horror games in general, is that if you end up... I feel like this is something that a lot of horror games that are puzzle-oriented can run the risk of doing, where you end up inadvertently getting stuck because you miss something. And because you miss something, your brain just starts trying to solve a puzzle without all of the pieces. And that just becomes this nightmare escape of trying to figure things out. I guess I saw someone run down. I feel like, is there any game that you think would be run? What's the most comical way we could run a game? You know what? Just for the sake of the argument, how about we do a 5-point Reveal Invisible here? I wish there was a jump scare when you look down all the way, where you just look down and then just something like jumps up at you or something. I don't know, that'd be a lot of fun. Ooh, jeez, excuse me. Okay. Kind of confused where I could possibly find the thing. Rope for the bell's not here either. Item cannot be enchanted. Reasonable. Let's see. So this is where I am now. Nothing connected. Huh. I'm actually kind of confused. I'm really guessing that I missed something very small in one of the environments, but I can barely guess which one. I can only guess which part of the cathedral I missed the part. So we'll have to look around a little bit. Oh well. This has happened a few times in different horror games throughout October. I've noticed that if a horror game loses me, where the puzzles don't flow naturally into each other, or you don't have all of the prerequisite knowledge, I feel like that can. It's not that it's bad. It's just that it can be very hard to follow. Okay, so hopefully. Thankfully, we don't run out of magic. Imagine if this game had something where it was like you could run out of magic. Because if you could run out and you're just stuck somewhere, that would just be horrible. They made a good... I think they made a great choice making it so that the magic regenerates with time. So that's a good way to do it. Okay. Decided to look up something and it immediately just loses its mind. Of course. Ah, poor IGN. They don't know how to make a website. Viceroy, hey, how's it going today? We've actually made it past that part and now we're stuck somewhere else. Let's see, is there anything in these that I missed? I feel like these could be something that maybe one of these has something I need. You know what? It's worth a shot. It is worth a shot for me to check these out. IGN. Yeah, they're the one who has the most comprehensive walkthrough, which is kind of sad when you think about it, but... What makes me sad is that they're the only one with the walkthrough that has all of the information I need, which is just sad. Oh, maybe something in the glass shards? I had to take a wild guess. But nope, nothing. Ah. Yeah, the trouble is that all I need is just that little piece. Just watch a speedrun. I feel like that would actually be less... Found items. Broken binding hull key, blah, blah, blah. What the heck? Artifact. Okay. Alright, so I played the thing. Wait, is there a door here that I'm missing? There's gotta be a door here I'm missing, right? No. Ammo should be plentiful, but you may wish to conserve it, blah, blah, blah. Remember the context action button will appear on screen. There's something to take, okay. Unlike Luther before, blah, blah, blah. Dark God. Pick up the sealed orders from the lectern. Head to the entrance of Oubli. Pick up the Labelle model 1892. Say the game after getting into Tome of Darkness. Cast high level invisibility. Don't care. Ignore the nurse being attacked or flashbang if you want. Does not bother me. Brother under the base. Once in the basement, investigate Brother Andrew's room, and the other room built across his for ammo. I was reading and it started loading, so that's that tells me a lot about the website. Oh, that's unfortunate. And I understand that I should be able to figure these out without walkthroughs, but sometimes you just get lost enough. You get the part where you do the thing. Wine cellar, boiler room, generator room. Okay, so I did these already. Move to the small hole. With the lights working, head into the boiler room again. Oh, God bless America. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, I know what it's talking about. Oh, gotta crack my neck. The moment I saw what it said, I was like, oh, just get out of here with this. I knew it had to be something like that. Sweet denim dungarees. All right, let's see if we can. Let me show you guys what this says. Boiler room. This. I didn't see this hole here, and I know exactly what a hole the size for a dog requires. Where is it? It's this. Cast Trapper, level 3, blah, blah, blah. Get the thing. Get out of here. Get out of here, you little nerd. All right, summon him. All right. We go inside. So we can control this little dude, and yeah, there it is. Oh, damn. Did it do it? Oh. Do it again. See, I told you. I have to do the thing, of course. Of course, the thing, I understand, but it's also like... Creatures cannot be summoned to this location. What? What do you mean they can't be summoned to this location? I just did. What I do understand is that I need, because, and I understand why they think that, why they decided to do it this way. Examine. Okay, how do I do this? Ah, okay, so I have to beam the body out of the way. I see. Okay, that, so I didn't have to do that the first time I did this, so that makes a lot of sense. I see. Okay, so this is my fault. I'm not gonna say that that's not my fault, because that's not the game's fault. I just didn't see it. As much as I'd love to throw blame at the game, you know, what the game is, what the game did, I can't necessarily say that that's entirely, I can't say it's the game's fault, you know? It's not like I can sit there and be like, oh, but they should have done this. Like, no, I'm just an idiot. You know, it's just like, yeah, I didn't see it. I failed the perception check. You know, I rolled a 2. My perception's good. I just, sometimes you mess up. You don't see things. You know, it's like you walk into a room and you're looking for an object, and when you're looking too hard for something, that's when you're not gonna see it. Okay, so let's see if I can remember. Actually, what I should do is get the level 7 for everything, just so I have it. Anterbach and Magorm. Actually, well, let's grab Reveal Invisible first. Let's just grab what we need. Narrowcoth and Redgormor. Okay. It doesn't really matter which one I grab, so Narrowcoth, Redgormor, and then a lot of Pargons. There we go. Darn, I was hoping that was a command schedule. I don't really, I guess the trouble is that I haven't figured out how to make the schedule command yet. But I think it's just because I usually, if somebody asks me what my schedule is, I just direct them directly to the about section on the channel. Because I think that's just because I feel like I should though, but I don't know how I'd make it yet. I don't know how I would do that. Maybe well, what it could do is if it grabs the game from the schedule, but I'm gonna look that up later. Mobile's killing me at the moment. Yes, it does that. I've been trying to figure out why it does that, but it does. I'm gonna grab the level 7 recover as well. Narrowcoth and Sontok. Okay. Narrowcoth and Sontok. There we go. Yeah, so the mobile I actually had to make mobile apps when I was in college. I had to make a few. I had to make websites that work on mobile. So I watch most of the streams and it's much easier using commands. Yes, it definitely is. So I'll have to figure out how to do it. Just return a line saying look in the about me. That would be really funny. I feel like I'd have to I want to come up with an automated like, you know, version of it so that I could make sure that it was always automated. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to see if somebody else has done it before, because that's the easiest way to figure out how to do new things. Let's see. I want to see what... Let's see. What else can we do? Oh, damage fields for 7 would be really nice, actually. Korok and Red Gormor. Korok. Oh, I could just do Pargon. Korok. And Magormor. It was Red Gormor, wasn't it? It was Red Gormor. I'll figure it out, though. I'll figure something out. What it'll probably be is just me having to be really... I'll just have to be particularly, you know, smart about it and make an automated thing. So we'll figure something out. 7 for blue. The number of times he has to say Pargon is really funny. Just so many Pargons. Alright, and now I can use this. I feel like this is kind of weird because Nightbot should be able to set it. I don't think I have Nightbot. I don't think. I'll have to look. Well, I have the Stream Elements bot, so I'll have to look into what I can do for it. It again comes down to me having to decide what extensions and tools to use in order to update and enhance the experience. So I'll have to look. I'm still slowly learning what works best and what would be good improvements for the streaming stuff. The trouble is that I am only streaming, you know, however many nights a week, so it is also a matter of I have to set priority for certain things to do this. Okay, I'm going to run over here really quick. And I think I can get this off before they get here. Okay, it worked. I'm good. Ow. Oh no, my sanity is dropping like crazy. But of course, it always does come down to what I have, you know, I have only so much, you know, time and ability to handle certain things, so I need to run away. Okay. Stay here for a moment. I'm gonna test what level 7 recover looks like. And I guess it is also just me being a little bit of a scaredy pants about adding too many extensions, because I am very peculiar about keeping my usage of RAM down as much as I can. You know what I mean? Where I try to keep my computer's resources free so that I don't have to worry too much about... I don't have to worry so much about when my computer doesn't explode. Maybe I need to start streaming. Work here is tough. It is a fair bit of fun. I do think that it depends on what you come into it for. Because I came into it for means of research and, you know, just genuine enjoyment of games and stuff, but like had swapped out like 10 motherboards yesterday. Oh jeez. Probably could if with a good enough computer you probably could do a lot of stuff though, but I am definitely of the mind that if you come in with the expectation, like I have the expectation coming in that I am growing a evergreen tree. I'm not growing a perennial, you know. I'm not growing like a I want to rise really fast and then, you know, disappear. I'm like, no, I want to grow something that's going to be, you know, it'll take time to get to where I want it to be, but it'll be I'll be really happy with where it is when I get there. Yeah, my sanity is about to take a beating right now. Should probably get out the sword, just to be safe. That equipped the sword for me, so that's good. Oh yeah, it's more plant talk, my favorite. I do know how much I like plant talk. But yeah, well, that's the key thing. I recognize very well that, you know, some streamers grow like perennial flowers where they're going to be here for a year, and they're gonna get their, they're gonna, you know, really rise really fast and, you know, become something, and then they're gonna disappear just as fast. But for me, it's like, I don't think that's the career I want. Because I really want my career to be, you know, I want to kind of be doing the same things when I'm an old man. Well, older. When my body says I'm old, not necessarily when I think I'm old. Because I don't think I'm ever going to get actually old. I'm just going to, you know... Can I open this door? Ah, it's locked. That makes sense. But I think that that's the kind of career I want to grow, so... For me, that's just something that makes sense. Is that I'm probably going to be, you know... I'll have the camera adjust soon, because I can't see anything. I hear the little jibber jabbers, but I don't see them yet. I saw that one. There we go. But I think that, you know, that's just where I want to be, so... I think that's also why I've been very slow about adding stuff like, you know, making a VTuber model, or adding other aspects to the channel that are very flashy, because I don't think that's what I want to attract people with. You know, just for me, it's just I don't think I want to... Magical elixir. I don't think I want to, you know, pull people in with, you know, flashy, fancy, you know, craziness, you know? I don't think that's what I want to do with my Twitch channel or with any of my works. What does this do? Peter doesn't feel the need to use this right now. Okay. Oh, we have it. Maybe I could use it on the door? Maybe? I don't know what key I would... Wait, was the key back there? Let me make sure. I'm gonna make sure that I didn't just miss a key on accident. Go back. Go back. I'm gonna go find the key. The key's here. I'm gonna find it. Okay, no, there is no key here. Okay, good to know. But that's what it's my personal beliefs, you know, just it's a lot of my belief in what I do and what I think that translates into how I work and how I've been presenting myself. It's like the last few years I've been doing a lot of my personal work, you know, like writing books and, you know, doing a lot of different projects, but okay, let me see the map, because now I don't really know where I am. Okay, so the door I haven't opened yet. There's 2 doors I haven't opened yet. Which one? I haven't opened this one, so that means I haven't opened the other one then. I definitely have not opened this one. Hello. The flashing lights make the ADD part of my brain go burr. See, and that's the thing. I do recognize that's what people really like, so that's why I want to... That's kind of why I wanted to talk about... I wanted to do the like second part of streaming was I wanted to bring a slightly slower side to it, because I feel like there's already enough people who, you know, they cover the ADD side of they cover the ADD side of everything, and it's like I really like those kind of streams, but I don't think I have that energy. So I was like, well, I really like to talk about games and, you know, give people fun things to listen to and have fun and, you know, get to sit with, but I don't think I have the energy to just be like crazy, you know. As much as I'd like to, but... But I think adding the VTuber model will probably be the closest I get to this, where it's... Now I have this very different, you know, piece to it. I already did come up with the lore a little bit. It's been 2 weeks since Haskell went missing and afraid to go to sleep. More than once I saw shadows of people moving. Peeked through the blind, see a wounded soldier being taken was dead. Ah, so these people were, yeah, they got taken down here. And I think that the lore I've come up with already is gonna be fun for, you know, I think it'll be fun for people to engage with. You know, it's a fun piece of lore. Because people, I know that a lot of people, when they see VTubers, they like that stuff. And the idea I had was that I quite literally wanted to study video games, so I have entered the computer in order to do so. I have created my virtual avatar. I have coded myself in, because it's much easier to study the video game when you're inside it, you know. You can study video games closer if you're in the video games. Much easier. Much simpler, I must say. So that's what I'm working with right now. And I imagine that people seeing an N64 looking like this kind of janky looking model, I feel like people seeing that would have fun. I feel like you guys will have fun with it. Oh, that was a rat! Aw, you didn't. I did not need to Glock the rat. He was a good boy. I did not need to do that to him. I did not need to do him that dirty. I just actually shot that rat. I just shot the rat. That man did not need that. That's not fair. Hello. Ow. Ah! But I do think that it'll be fun. I think that it'll be a fun addition to this, and it'll give me an excuse to change my overlay. Yeah, I don't think I want to go over there. Okay, we're leaving. Imagine creating a time machine to go back to Germany World War II so you could learn about the war. I've thought about that exact hypothetical a few times, where if you could go back in time without causing incidents in time, how much do you think we would learn about various things in time if we were able to time travel without ramifications? Because that's kind of I think the key piece of it that I think is really tough is that, say we do live in a universe where time is a linear strand, and if you mess it up, then, you know, it screws things up later. Then, you know, that's really dangerous to play with. So it's, you know, it'd be kind of scary to time travel if at any moment you could accidentally mess up all of time, you know? So if we had multiverse theory and we could just jump back on our own timeline and create a new branch so we could see things, that would be really cool. This is also World War I, weirdly enough. Is this the binding room? It is the binding room. That's cool. Oh, hello. Probably should stop shooting people because I think I need this ammo for later. Oh well. I'm gonna save once I nuke these dudes. Oh, you know what? That's what I wanted to do. Check. Let's see. And Torbach and Magormor. So I want to do this before I go inside. Torbach and Magormor. And then a lot of Pargons. I don't know. I feel like if I could time travel to any point in time, this sounds really mundane, but I would actually really like to go to the 1980s. Because I want to know if my theory would be correct, whether or not the 1980s genuinely, like 1970s, 80s, like I want to go to the 80s and the 50s because I want to compare the state of living in those three times, because that's the generations in my family, that's where they're from. Like my grandparents were, like my grandmother was born in 32, and she was an adult in the 50s because she had my mom and her siblings in the 50s. So 80s and the 50s. What is this, Back to the Future? Well, see, to me it would be like the 80s. To me, it's like, because I just want to see Disney World before it got like weird, because I want to see Disney World when Disney World was like, when Space Mountain was relatively new, and they were, and like that kind of stuff. The 50s though, it's because I want to see that the places that I know from like my family's past. If I can cast a spell and I ever walk through a crowded convention, pardon me, pardon. Pargon. It's pronounced Pargon, but Pardon is so much funnier. Pardon. And Torbach. Just cast a spell that lets you get away from people. But I feel like that'd be time travel. That'd be fun for time traveling. I don't know. Either that or go back to like the Mesozoic period just so I can see things for the fun. I like the spells though. Let's see. All right, enchant item 7 sword. I'm gonna get hit before this happens. Oh, wonder how good the sword's gonna be. Ow, freaking nerd! Check out this sword technique. Wow, this actually does a lot of damage. Whoa. That does do a lot of damage. I like the how many times they have to say Pargon in order to cast a spell is just hilarious though. Just Pargon. It's kind of silly. All right, let's see. I do like the sound design for the. Why did I do it? Okay, well that's fine. Okay, I'm going to save before this door because I feel like I'm going to enter a boss fight. Save. We'll save over Bonko. Bonkus the clown. Bonkus the clown who got thrown into the Forever Tower. Alright. Go inside. Pardon. I'm just now the joke, it keeps repeating in my head, Drifter. It keeps hitting me. Oh no. Soldier's stiff body. Oh, I see. Ah! Oh yeah, spell. Magical attack spell. I don't think I like that they're giving me this spell right now. That tells me something. I don't know if I like it. So let's see. So Anterbach and Redgormor. Got it. Let's see. Anterbach and Redgormor. And we'll do it for here too, because why not? Power. Redgormor and Anterbach. There we go. This game wasn't built with headphones in mind, but man, does it work really, really well with headphones because it's so weird. It's so trippy. So now I can. All right, I'm gonna assign the. I think I'm gonna assign the level 3 version over. We'll do purple. I'm gonna assign that over Blue Recover because Blue Recover doesn't do anything. Can't wait for you to tell me on stream one day that because of that joke you'll now smile we'll do whenever you say pardon ironically. I see, Drifter. One day, like I'm gonna have a bunch. Like one day, I'm looking forward to the day that I just have so many inside jokes with chat with like you guys and with streaming that I just end up with like this with this like goofy smile every now and then when I just think about like some silly thing that we came up with. Okay, I'm gonna save here again because I feel like this is important. And I'm waiting for the day when we have so many inside jokes where it just me saying pardon just makes us all just like giggle a little bit. Where we just have like a group of people like laughing about the fact that some idiot said pardon. You know, just not yet. Is there anything here? Well, I'll just open it anyway. I believe it. Oh, that's right. We have to fight Lobster. Hi, Lobster. Alright, so you guys didn't get to see this yet because we started the save file last week. And I did Brother Luther off stream. Instead of the giant 6-armed thing that was in the green save file, the red save file has a giant lobster. Behold him in despair. The artifact of blueness. What a quote. Oh, right, we have to fight Lobster. Yeah, here he is. Lobster. Hi. Ah, he's casted the sacred barrier. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Oh crap. I just realized how much danger I'm in. Okay, what do I do? I'm gonna guess shield. If I'm gonna take a wild guess. Ow. 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 Ah! Ow. Okay, I need to figure out what to do. Well, probably magical attack, but oh my goodness. This game doesn't normally have boss fights, so I'm really confused. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to dodge these, but I don't know. Oh, jeez. Okay, he's charging something. Dang it. Also, what's up with Lobster Boy? Okay, take a screenshot of the win 0.3.1 frame. The Lobster is our boss fight. I don't know how I'm supposed to beat him yet, but we're figuring it out. Maybe do this? Okay, we'll do this first. Ow! Okay, that just goes through. That's not great. Okay, I'm guessing that shield would be able to block this, but... Okay, okay, he does not care about damage field. That's kind of frustrating. Okay. Run at him. Okay, that's not working. Maybe this? Ah, jeez. Ah! So the Lobster is our boss fight because we have to defeat him for the sake of our... I'm still trying to figure out the strategy to beat this man. At the very least, we haven't died yet. But yes, this is Lobster Boy. He is our boss fight. You know what? All right. On a side note, though, do you know how cool it is to me knowing that there are 3 different versions of this boss fight based on the relic that the relic you choose at the beginning of the game is the one that decides this boss fight. So the fact that there are 3 different boss fights means that you actually have 3 different bosses based on what you're fighting, and that is so cool to me. Okay. Magical attack. I don't know. Just do blue, I guess. Oh, come on, dude. Just cast it. Big nerd. Why did you not cast it? I was moving, wasn't I? Huh. That's not very good. I don't think I understand how that spell works, then. Ow. Okay. Not fantastic. Let me... Wait, so I set the... Runes. Quick spell. Okay, so I did set that to... Okay. So I should be able to cast it with ease, but... Man, this is not going well. This is not going well. The fact that he's a tiny artillery cannon is what really bothers me. It's like, how the heck am I supposed to fight him? Ow. 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 Okay, yep. Making mistakes. Oh my goodness. I can't run. Ow. Why does he launch them high versus launching them low? I feel like there's some vital piece of information I'm missing. But I don't know what it is. So this is a boss fight, but I don't quite know how it works. Which is kind of the problem I'm having, is that I don't quite understand what I'm supposed to do to win. My guess is I have to use Magical Blast to hit him, but I don't quite know how. Oh, come on. Okay, maybe I need to... All right, you know what? I'm gonna try just... All right, no. No, assign blue to Y. Let me try doing that instead. Maybe that'll help. I don't think I fully grasp how that spell is meant to work, because I don't think it's working. Any spells you can reflect or parry them with? My guess is that I have to use shield, but I don't quite know... Ow. I don't quite know how the mechanics of it would work. I'm guessing that shield is what I'm supposed to do, but... Also out of magic again. Wait a minute. What's this then? Ah, I see. It's a cheat code. Interesting. I just realized maybe I'm just supposed to shoot him. I might be stupid. Let me try this instead. Let me try this. So let's see. Blue. Enchant my gun. Okay. I'm gonna guess that I'm supposed to just Glock this idiot. Oh, I can use my gun to shoot it, though. Dodge, 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 dodge. Okay. Target's decided. Why does that not work? And for his neutral special, he has a gun. I don't know if this is the right way to do this, but it feels like it. Okay, that doesn't seem like it does anything. Interesting. Okay, during this time, I need to figure out what... Alright, what can I do? Shield, Trapper, Dispel Magic? Part of me wants to say Dispel Magic, but I... Okay. I don't think... Well, this Damage Field did nothing to him. He just ignored it. Let me try casting Shield, maybe? Maybe this will help? This is one of those parts of the game where my brain is trying its best to figure out what to do. Okay, so he diffuses any bullets I shoot at him directly, so... Clearly I need to use magical attack, right? How does this work? Okay. Dispel his field? Maybe? I can't really dispel anything though because I can't get behind him. Which is the problem I have. Does this deflect? It does deflect. Oh, it takes away all of my shield if that hits me. Oh, that's just upsetting. Oh, I just need to... What? Oh, I see. I just need to survive long enough. Interesting. Interesting. So maybe I just need to shoot these things enough so he leaves me the heck alone. I see. So I just need to dodge him long enough to survive. Because he'll probably give me the solution I need. Oh, maybe, just maybe. Maybe. Okay. Ow. That was a really dumb decision. Ow. Ow. Okay, bad idea. Ow. 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 I was thinking about dispelling. I was thinking about running up to him and doing magic attack, but that's... I don't really know what magic attack is supposed to... Ugh. Ow. I really don't get what the magic attack is supposed to do. Because it's like, oh, here's this thing you're supposed to use. And it's like, well, it doesn't work. I don't think I fully grasp what it's meant to do if it doesn't work. Nope, not again! Stop. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I really don't know what to do about this. Ow. Ow. Okay, I need to use another magical essence, but... Jeez, what do I do? My other thought was, oh, just shoot his tongue when he shoots it out, but I don't... It doesn't... It's never out fast enough where I can do that. Okay, Okay. Run away again. Jeez, I really don't know what to do about this. I feel like the actual answer is probably really silly, isn't it? Alright. I feel like I'm definitely... Like, I'm missing something here because I'm clearly supposed to hit him, but I don't know with what. Because none of the... This doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't know how the spell works exactly. Wait, alright, question. How does this work? Check. Incantation saturates an area with aligned magical energy, inflicting massive damage to all enemies within its influence. The magical effect, both large and small, for even the greatest instrument made of many small parts. Okay, so I'm supposed to use this, but how? How does it work? I do not understand. So, clearly this is the thing I'm meant to do, but it doesn't work that way. Oh, God. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, I just saw the thing that said in the walkthrough, and I hate it. So I need to be within range to land the attack, but not. Okay, so let me. All right. So first thing I need to do is assign 3-point blue. Okay, so it's assigned to Y, so that's good. Okay, there we go. Oh. Heck. Okay, that hit him. Okay, so I need to get closer to hit him. Okay, I see. Man, that feels very, that is very, ugh. Ugh. Oh, I don't have a reload option anymore. I need to get my pistol out. Thank goodness I have a lot of ammo for this thing. Okay, so the moment he starts charging, I have to get in closer and do the thing. Okay, and now back away. What a weird. Okay, what an interesting. It's weird, but I understand it now. So. Okay, now he's good. All right, hit him. Do the thing. Ah! All right, that got him. That did hit him. So. What is he doing? Oh no. What is he doing? Is he summoning people? Oh no. What? He summoned so many dudes. What the? Oh. Oh, and they're affecting my sanity. Get out of here. 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 Oh. Back up really quick, and I'm gonna cast. Need to cast the damage field for 3. Put the blue. I just need a little thing. I just need a little bit of help. And then I can do enchant item 3 for blue. Grab the sword. And that lets me swap out really quick. I'm slowly getting more advanced with the magic stuff because I do know that using level 3 stuff is a lot quicker, but Red Lobster has finally had enough in our riding. If this is what Red Lobster is run by, I would not be surprised. Just one of the higher scions of Chatterga. Ooh. That did not work. That's not good. Okay. Gonna need some brighter ideas because that didn't work. The red. Imagine if every single like major corporation was run by an eldritch entity instead of just like a normal like racist dude or something. That's really horrible of me. I'm sorry, but like just imagine instead of having really sleazy businessmen, right? We just had like and people making horrible decisions. We just had eldritch entities because at least eldritch entities are always indifferent to your being, right? Because like if an eldritch entity is indifferent to us, we're kind of okay with it, you know. But when an eldritch entity is, but when like a person is indifferent to us, it feels like we're being done a disservice. If like some sort of like Cthulhu-like being was the one running Red Lobster, I feel like that'd be far more acceptable if they were being horrible to people, right? Because then it's like at least it's like yeah, they're not exactly like not exactly of human mind, so it makes sense to me, you know. Now what do I do? Now what? Okay, I need to read spells because now I need to know what to do. So we could do Dispel Magic maybe, but I don't think Dispel Magic would really work. Shield doesn't do anything in this situation, just saves us some health, but Magical Attack would work, but I think I need to cast it at a higher level maybe? I feel like I don't quite understand. I don't think I fully grasp, though. Cloud attempts can't confirm. You tell me Jeff Bezos isn't an eldritch entity? Are all streamers are already warlocks in a pack with him? Can't confirm. Hey Claudia, how's it been? Also, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I guess that is a fair point, because once you reach a certain point in humanity, you kind of just become an eldritch entity. That didn't work. Ah! I guess that's a fair point though, because I guess you're already there. I'm good. Just woke up. Ah, very good. Ow. I'm doing my best to play this game, but this boss fight is not 100% making a lot of sense in my brain. I will say the fact that the written guide quite literally says, "Hey, don't go fighting things. Just go to the right, go to their right, go to the right side." I'm like, wait, their right or mine? And they don't specify, so it's kind of an oopsie on their part. Ow. Well, thanks. Thanks, lobster. This lobster is very angry with me though, so it's a little strange. Let's see, recover, 5, red. The heck? Cast. Oh, well, you can't just... You can do it? Alright, cool. Thank you. Well, that doesn't work at all. What the? That doesn't work, guide. What the heck? I asked the internet for answers and it doesn't tell me anything. Ah! Let's see. Again, 3 magic attack. Make sure 3-point magical attack. Okay, wait, what? Do not head to the right side of the battlefield. The second, third zombies appear last. When the guardian flashes its vulnerability after a set amount of time phases. Oh, I just have to wait? What? What? So what? Do I just sit here? Oh, oh, it's doing that. Okay, it's doing the thing. Okay, I see. Oh, for. Oh. But yeah, Claudia, we've been trying our best with this game, and it has been a bit of a trip. Well, we died. Well, we did our best, right? I'm convinced that all these tycoons are going into space as some of the larger eldritch entities. It's only a matter of time. See, to me, I don't know if they're trying to summon it. They're just doing it out of like consequence of them doing less than like ideal things. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it has always been the hubris of man that draws us closer to darker power. And I feel like if we're gonna find out at some point that we're gonna have some 30 Days of Night vampires on the planet, it would absolutely be like after something like stupid happens, you know? Should Peter open the door? Not yet. Let me look at what we need. Okay, first, gonna equip this. Second, because I think it changed my quick spells. Yes, it did. Okay, let me set up first before we. No. Spell list. Check. Not check. Doi. I feel like though that if you're going to be of a higher level of business, you kind of have to have some sort of eldritch entity helping you. Because I don't think you can really keep yourself in a working state mentally if you do that. Okay. There's not much I can do besides maybe wait for my magic to recharge before we go in. But I don't think I need to, so I'm gonna save here instead. And then we're just gonna go right in. Oh man, it's already been 2 hours and I had the false sense of hope that I would be able to very rapidly get through the end of this game. And I feel like that was just because I was being very, very hopeful, but that's just me. I'm very bad about that. Okay, hear me out. You find out that the new COVID strain gives you vampire powers, immortality, transformation into bat light sensitivity, or do you resist it or seek it out? See, that's the thing. If it's literal vampire powers, I feel like I'd be okay with it because I'm usually okay with being inside anyway. But I also feel like then I wouldn't be able to go outside and enjoy swimming at a beach or something, because swimming at nighttime scares me, especially in the ocean. So I probably wouldn't want to do that. So I feel like I would definitely be, I would be the kind who would probably miss too many specific things because of it. So probably not. Like, it sounds nice at first, but I feel like then once I thought about it, it would be like, maybe not. So, but if it gave me some, like, you know what? If it gave me the power of flight, like, if it gave me the power of flight, but it meant that I'd lose, like, okay, so now that I know how this part of the boss fight works.
You bore me flesh and bone.
Thank you. Ah! Can't even reload properly. Come on, please. Yes, okay, recharge. Good. Okay. Okay, good. Woo! I feel like though if it was like vampire powers though, it would be fun. I mean, you can turn into bats or swarm bats. I mean, see, that's the thing. I feel like though the only downside with vampire powers is that the sense is the light. If it was just hypersensitivity, I feel like that would be okay. But if it's like I dissolve into dust when I go into the sun, that would suck. Because I like being awake during the day too much, you know? Ah! This boss fight's actually really cool, though. Like, I know that I died a little bit there, and I'm not really learning how it works fully, but this is a really cool boss fight. This is a very interesting type of fight, though, because this is not a game that's, like, exactly known for its combat, right? Where... Ow. Oh, it didn't go off in time. Oh, rats. Okay. That's okay. We'll make it work. Those are L's we do unfortunately have to take. Thank goodness that, this guy Peter is a crack shot. Okay. Nope. Not even gonna wait. Just gonna go. Go. Okay. That went off. That's good. Ooh. This is probably the most amount of combat we've seen in this game to date. Just so it is so much more fighting than I was ready for. The music's really cool though. I like this boss music though. Oh jeez. Go. Ah! Run away! No, 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 ow. Let me exit. Ow. Heck. What do you mean I don't have the magical essence? Essence. I have to get the essence. I started saying that in another streamer's chat. There's this one streamer, quality individual. And I started saying the essence in her streams. I don't know. I just it's a fun word. I don't know. I feel like you can take the word essence and really say funny stuff with it. I don't know. Oh, lobster, you good? They're here. I don't know what you want me to do about it, but let me get out the sword then. Maybe I need to force him to summon more. I don't know. Now I'm thinking about it more. The question of the I just had another thought about the whole would I be a vampire if I could get it kind of thing. I feel like the only thing that would really stop me from enjoying vampire powers besides, you know, like the sunlight sensitivity, I feel like the only thing else that would really stop me from enjoying it as much as I could would be that I feel like the trouble would be that there'd be other vampires and you'd have to deal with all of the other ones as well. And I feel like that would just be like its own pain in the butt, you know, where, oh, there are other vampires, so if I have to deal with vampirism all the time, it's like, Please tell me that we're gonna... There he is. Okay, good. Now I can do something. Come on, come on. Oh, crap baskets. Word I can't say in a weird way was assassin. You can only see his F2 asses and the word in. I see. Well, whenever I hear the word assassin, I also think of there's that one scene in Assassin's Creed 2 where Borgia just goes assassin, and the way he says it like that just always makes me laugh a little bit. And I remember it very well because that was a scene I remember very well when he catches Ezio spying on them and he goes, "Did you not think we would catch you, assassin?" Like the way he says it is just really funny. Oh man. I need to play Assassin's Creed 2 again. I would definitely want to play it on an older console if I could help it. Okay, question. Is he gonna slap the crap out of me if I get closer? He gonna... Good? Okay, he's doing the thing. Okay, come on. Oh, bump off. Oh, bump off. That's really... I don't know how I'm supposed to land that while I'm trying to fight the zombies at the same time. That just doesn't make sense to me. I like how the guide 2 says, like, oh yeah, don't fight the zombies. They're just in the way. Like, yeah, like I have a choice. Like I can't get them away far enough away to make this work while also doing what I need to win. I'm really uncertain of what to do, but is he just gonna keep swinging forever? It's kind of worrying. Can I just go over here fully? Ow. If I just sit over here, does he not do anything, or is he gonna go crazy? Run away! Ah! I feel like that makes sense though. There's like there are some words that you just don't read the right way, I guess, in that sense. My goodness, please. My dude, please just charge back up. The moment, you know what's the sad thing is at the moment I have to heal, so he's gonna do it now, isn't he? He's gonna do it now, isn't he? Well, now he's not even recharging. How are you meant to do this? Because I know that I'm supposed to run up while he's charging to do the damage. But how do I do that properly? Because I can't get close enough to do this. Ow. This is very strange. I don't think I fully grasp what I'm meant to do. I understand the concept, but I don't think I understand it in practice. Wait, so what is it? What does it say again? After a set amount of time passes, cast the 3-point magical attack. Again, 3 magical attacks reduce the square. Yeah, this makes no sense. I don't get it. Have times where I read words in a complete wrong way, like when I went to a Japanese restaurant and saw sake on the drinks menu, read it like Pete's sake. Ah, I see. So it's like, it's because in your head it spells sake, not sake. That makes sense, though. I feel like, because I remember my uncle used to read the word idiot as idiot, because if you don't have somebody to say it in a specific way, you don't think of it in that way. Also, yeah, the guide is basically useless, because it's basically, oh, just kill them, forehead. The guide pretty much says, just kill him. They're like, what are you doing? Just kill him. Like, it very clearly does not state very well, like hyperbole. Yeah, like hyperbole, yeah. If you read as hyperbole, please just do the thing. My dude, please just... Okay, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Alright, that's a little bit stupid, because you can't get close enough to do it. Am I just supposed to... I don't think I fully grasp what I'm meant to do. Interesting. I don't think I fully grasped this boss fight, because thinking about it critically, the thing that's not good, or that's not making sense in this boss fight, is that the main method of hitting him is not at all communicated very well. Like, yeah, it's communicated well that you have to use magical attack, but the way that you have to land this attack on him, this doesn't make any sense. Where it's like, oh yeah, you have to get in and land this magic attack in the very few seconds that you have to get him. So I don't think that works very well. Okay, so... Alright, I know what it said I'm supposed to do, but it makes no sense. Okay, go in, run this way, cast. And then that doesn't work, though, because it doesn't... That doesn't work, though. I can't... I don't have enough time to cast it, though. So how do I land it, then? I feel like making the magical attack something that only works in like a touch range is a very weird idea, because yeah, it works, but man, does it make this boss fight way more inaccessible when it comes to trying to figure out how to deal with this. Okay, maybe I'm really trying to figure out what to do about this. I don't really know what to do. Maybe 7-point blue? No. And he doesn't recover during this time, so I can't even... Can I just sit here? I don't really know how to deal with him then, because I can't get close enough. Yeah, this is one of those boss fights where I feel like the way that they designed it just doesn't work well with what they have in mechanically. Like, in terms of the cinematics, this is a very cool boss fight, but in terms of what it's trying to do, this is a very annoying boss fight. Just remember the Reddit r/Super Bowl. All they post are pictures of superb owls. Ah, I see. Superb owl. I see. Yeah, I can see why that would confuse people. If I just do a damage field here. I don't feel good what I just realized. So while he's summoning, you have to move in and just sit there. I just saw that. Yep, that's what you have to do. And that, oh dude, that's a little bit frustrating. Oh man. Just remember, that's actually pretty good though. I gotta look at that. I gotta look at that subreddit because that's really cool. Also, I'm a little mad because now I realize how that works. So the idea is that I have to just stand behind him I have to stand basically behind like a hitbox while he's summoning. I see. Okay. So I have to wait behind his hand while he's summoning. I see. Ow. Okay, go. I have to get back there before... Yeah, right here. Please start charging, my dude. Oh. Come on, man. This is just upsetting now, where it's like, I feel like this one boss fight is going to take so much time because of how it works. I'm just going to wait here for a time. I'll wait back here. Please just start charging, my man. Please. Please just don't do anything. Just charge. Please. Please, Lobster. I just want to get out of here. Just let me hit you once, please. I'd really like it. You good? Why is he... Oh, gee, for Pete's sake. Come on. Am I meant to just... I don't think I'm even getting close to grasping what I'm supposed to do. Because every time I think I'm close to the solution, it throws something else at me. And I get further from what I think is the truth. Okay. Recover 5 red, because I need to heal. Ow. Dang it. I'm sorry for you guys, because you guys have to sit here and watch me flounder for so long. I really don't quite get how this boss fight's meant to work. I feel like this is a very strange way to design this fight, because you have these very specific requirements to get this fight to work, and it just doesn't work as intended. Please do not. Do not. No, no, no. Please, no. Fuck. I'm sorry. Apologies for. This is not a good boss fight. Oh man, it's like, come on, man. It just, I don't quite understand how you're supposed to, like, it is such precise timing to get that. Why does it work like this? Why? You know what? That's pretty much what I got, is I don't know why. F-bomb alert. We have an F-bomb. I don't, you know what? That's the thing. I reserve the right to have my F-bombs. I just prefer not to use them, because it is far more, you know, like, you know, you get a lot more mileage from your F-bombs when you use them properly. You know, it's like a PG-13 movie. If you only got one, you got to make it good. You know, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, I'm just gonna throw them everywhere. You know, it's like, hit them with a big one. You know, you got to hit them with like the huge throw, right? It's like seeing someone make a pass halfway down the field. You know, it's like, wow, that really did just happen, huh? My bones. Okay, I need to just use a 5-7. I'm gonna use 7-point red to heck with it. All right, cool. The music loops. Are you kidding? Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, what I am gonna do. I'm gonna put this down so that even if they do get close enough, they're not gonna touch me. They are not touching me right now. I do not perceive them right now. Oh, you know what? To heck with caution. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay, so that works. TDD Cloudy. I have a shout out command if you want to shout out Cloudy. I'd be more than happy to shout out Cloudy. Cloudy's amazing. In fact, I can do it. I shout out Cloudy. I shout out Cloudy. I will do it myself. I'll do it myself. Just I'm putting on the Infinity Gauntlet so I can give everybody a good day. I quite literally put on the Infinity Gauntlet just to give everybody a nicer day. That's how that is my that's my wish and dream. Except for people who talk really loudly about very personal things in coffee shops. That would be something I would be like, okay, you guys can have an okay day. And then there's some other people, but Cloudy's I like Cloudy. Cloudy's great. Oh, we have to get in there. Okay. Alright, we're here. Cast the funny magic. Spell list, damage field, 3-star, blue. Okay. Then I stand over here, I think? I think if I stand here, then I'll be fine. Okay. I think this will work. Cloudy is sweetheart and does the art good. Yes. Every time I see her doing art, I'm like, oh. I am a patron of the fine arts. Makes me very happy. Okay, well, I guess I'll just do this then. I don't know why, but... Ah! This lobster really needs to decide whether or not I'm... how this works. Okay, well, at least I have time to heal now. Ah! All right, my dude, you gonna summon again? Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I think I have an idea to keep them further away then. Okay. Now I have to stand here. Ah! As long as none of them die, we're fine, but please. Come on, lobster. Come on, dude. Okay. I got him. Okay, that's definitely a hit. Okay, thank goodness. Ah! Ah! All right, I got him. I got him again, so that's fine. Okay, heal and prep because that zombie's gonna take a little while, so we have some time to. How's this supposed to work? Okay, so what you're supposed to do is whenever he's drawing in that red energy, you're supposed to run up to him and use the magic attack spell. But the problem is that the timing is super precise, so you have to get in between there, wait for him to start, you know, siphoning energy, and then you're supposed to, from what I understand, what you're supposed to do is wait for him to make that opening for you. But it's so finicky and precise that you have to be there already by the time it's, you know, you're supposed to be casting it. So to do so, ow. You have to be already up there. So to do so, though, you have to wait while he's summoning more zombies. Okay, yeah, like now. Apparently, you go over here, and then, okay, I'm gonna cast another damage field. Okay, now that this is up, the zombies are out. Now, while if you kill any of the zombies before the summons, like before he starts siphoning, then he'll just start smacking you in the head with his claws. Okay. But the zombies have to notice you in order for him to, you know, become cognizant of your presence, I guess. Okay. That didn't count, did it? Ow. Wah. Yep. Okay, so I messed that one up because... Please no. Okay. I messed that one up because I was too close to another enemy. The other problem is that magical attack hits the closest enemy, not necessarily the one that you're focused on. So sometimes you'll do magical attack and it'll just blow up one of the zombies instead, which is what happened there. So you have to get it in such a way, which is really specific. You have to get the enemy in such a place that all the zombies are far enough away that the lobster is the closest one. If that isn't the case, you will then fail to do the thing. I just realized I don't have enough magic this time to do it, so I have to wait again. Do I have any more of those? I don't have any more of those. No, I don't have any more essences. Okay, we're just gonna get out the Glock. That's fine. I'm over it. You know what? I'm over subtlety. Let's do it. Yeah, Nahamaha, this boss fight has been rough, to say the least. I will say the fact that the guide I saw said don't attack the zombies, they clearly didn't actually play the video game, because that is very much what's going to happen to you unless you're a speedrunner. Because I imagine that speedrunners have means to do this, but I do not. Okay. Get the sword back out, and I need to cast level 7 for Sanity. Okay, Sanity's back to full. Ow. I feel like this is what happens though with every boss fight that I've played on stream, where if I get stuck on a boss fight and I'm just sitting there trying to figure things out, it immediately turns the music from being kind of cool to being just, oh yeah, I'm listening to this for an hour. It really does kind of suck away the dramatic atmosphere when you're just sitting here listening to this. Okay, let's see if I can do it this time. Hopefully I can. Okay, what I will do, just to be safe, damage field 3, just put it down. It does not matter what color it is. Okay. Oh, lobster. Oh, French onion soup. Okay, it worked though. Okay. Jeez Louise, man, that is not a very intuitive design for a boss though. I will say that is very unintuitive. Ah! Okay, well now I can't even get away from him, so I just have to dodge. Ooh. Ooh. Here, take this. Okay, so now I just have to hit him. Okay, I see. Now this feels like a traditional hack and slash boss fight because it's waiting for your opening. It's kind of like a God of War boss where you have to just wait for your opening instead of having anything else going on in the fight. Yeah, you can see now I just have to do this. I feel like if this was the boss fight, I would not be that upset. You know, it's like, yeah, making it a cool 3-phase boss fight's fine, but it's really confusing when you do it like that. I don't know, I appreciate the challenge, but it's also like, man, this is not at all... It's not as legible as I'm pretty sure some QA testers thought. Okay, cast again. There we go, beat him. Okay, so we beat him. Lobster down. Thank goodness. Oh, jeez, that took almost 30 minutes, I think. Just about, or 20-25 minutes at the minimum. Jeez. We did do it though. I'll take it. I'll take what we can get and we'll just leave. This is fine. I hope that this guy gets to survive because we do not have many people surviving. Alright, so we now have the essence of Ulyatoth, which is the 69 years later. Nice.
And that was how I came by it. I know it sounds crazy, but there you have it. The only proof I have is that statue.
It's a strange one. I've seen one like it before.
You have?
Yes. Very rare, though. Very obscure.
I've had experts take a look at it, and none of them know what it is. And you do.
I'm somewhat of an expert on these things myself.
Seeing the grandfather doing stuff is very
Interest I
cool.
developed a long time ago while I was a young man.
Then you should keep it. Lord knows I have no interest in it. I am sure it's the cause of my sleeplessness. I keep thinking about it. As if it's...
That's interesting to me.
Then a drink, perhaps. For the gift. For an unusual objet d'art.
No one who's American would ever say that kind of phrase without it being like feeling very pompous. But I mean, granted, I don't have money, so I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so we were able to figure that out. So we need to find the essence of... Discovers a small penny taped to the back of Peter's chapter page. Oh, it's his lucky penny. When did I get it back? Interesting. Okay, so now I need to heal my sanity first. Check. Whoever holds the penny will undoubtedly receive good fortune. That's nice. That's the 88 keys one. Spell list. Recover. Since I'm not starving for magic right now, I'll do this. There we go. Alright, so now that we've beaten that boss, another thing I'm going to do is save, because man, I don't want to do that again. I do not want to do that ever again, please. Thank you. I don't want to do that boss fight again. That boss fight was rough, but that's okay. We can make it work. Okay, so we have... Examine... Alright, so now I need to find the next page, but where would it be? Okay, so we got the page back there. Got the page there. Alright, let's leave. So we need to find another page, but I think now, guys, that now that we got past the boss fight, I feel like we're going to be better prepared for other fights in the future. But I feel like that's a solid maybe. Examine, turn. Okay, well, if I had to take a guess now, I feel like I have to find where that statue is, wherever it is. Oh.
Please help me.
Ah, ghosts. Excellent. Why are there ghosts?
I can't get the blood out.
Oh, that's nice. The basement key. Oh yeah, that's normal. So I get the basement key from a ghost? Okay. You know what? I'll take it. I did it. Oh man, that's... I'm just gonna preemptively raise my sanity just in case. That's a shotgun. Oh boy. Oh baby, take that with me. Oh hey, take a shotgun. Take that with me. Door. Check the room first. Pick up shotgun shells. Okay, well that's pretty good. Why do they just have shotgun shells laying around everywhere? What kind of maniac does that? Oh. Damn it. Fuse box is circuit breaker situated on the wall, but all but one of the fuses are intact. The absence of this one is suspicious, and until it is replaced, the circuit connected to it is useless. Curious. Damn in detail. If only Alex had a stethoscope to hear the tumblers more clearly. A stethoscope? Who in their right mind would know how to do that? I've never thought to use a stethoscope to break a safe. Kidding me? I have to solve that puzzle, don't I? I have to solve that puzzle now, don't I? I think I know what puzzle I have to solve. There's pretty common to in lockpicking, actually. Right, but I don't think that would be my first thought if I was breaking into a safe, you know? Maybe it is definitely just my perspective, is that if I'm trying to break into a safe, the first thing I would do is try to find the code first. Because I feel like if there's a safe inside a house, that the code would probably be kept somewhere in the house. But I feel like that might also just be me being a little optimistic. Okay. Oh, I just realized what I need to do. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Hang on, I remember now. They taught me how to do this in the last chapter. I'm a fool. Hang on. Nope, I just figured it out. I figured out what I need to do next at least. Hang on. Alright, so this is something they showed me in the last chapter, and I feel like an idiot for not remembering. You stuff the lucky penny in as a fuse. And you trip the breaker, and it turns on the lights and everything. So... okay, it showed me a light in a very specific room, so I gotta go find that specific room. So, I think that was a room upstairs? I'd like to say there's a room upstairs. It's definitely one of the rooms. Oh, that's the room that the lights were off in. Okay, no, I remember now. Yeah, it's the room up here that had the lights were off all the time. Oh, so the breaker for this room in specific was turned off. A page from the Journal of Maximilian Roivas. What did he say? I sought to love all, yet now love caused me pain and suffering. Blah, learned to fear nothing. There is nothing that I fear most. All that were most loyal to me now number among my worst enemies. Okay, curious. Anything else in this bathroom, or... open the cabinet? Oh, jeez. The way that opened was so ominous. Why would... a legacy of darkness. Oh.
You are not free to leave this plane until you complete a task for me. You are to hunt and kill the master of this house. Do this one thing, and you will be free.
Okay.
Else fear the wrath of Chaturga.
I will say I've been giving more thought into into what Pius Augustus is, because I've been trying to figure out. I kind of want to build a build around him for D&D, but I can't figure out if he's a wizard or a cleric.
Wait for the planets to align, and that is not too many years from now. Another Roivas has crossed our path. This time, we will not be so merciful.
I actually bought a lockpick kit for myself and my brother one Christmas. It's pretty fun to use. I actually used it once when one of our house doors actually locked from the other side. Interesting.
Set foot in his house again.
I feel like they turned the... I feel like that's a good thing they have subtitles, because his voice is really low, so I can't tell what's going on there. That's definitely a voice that's like, wow, that's very hard to understand. Okay. Am I able to go in there now? At this point, I'm just more curious. I want to see if it'll do anything. It doesn't, but... you know what's weird? Maximilian went in there a long time ago, and I still have not figured out how to go inside. Okay, well, either way, I'm gonna save here in case something goes wrong. Okie dokie. And now we can do the next chapter. There we go. I don't know, I feel like I guess it's just also, how do you have, like, I guess it's just not, it's not in my head to have a stethoscope around. But then again, I also think that having stuff like...
my education in psychiatry did not prepare me. I would love to see how Freud's view of his mother would change with the knowledge of Chaturga. How Skinner would incorporate Zellertath into his behaviorist theories. How Jung would accommodate Ulioth into his theory of the collective unconscious. Like my ancestor Maximilian,
I see.
I too had an interest in my family tree. As a psychiatrist, I believe that science could provide answers into my family's sordid, bizarre past.
We actually get to play as this man now?
With great excitement that I began my search.
We get to play as the grandfather now. This is cool.
With my colorful
I have to move some stuff. Hang on. Ooh.
Everything from convicted and hung witches to committed madmen, each laying their own peculiar mark on its character. I intended to find...
So what I'm guessing is that all of them were convicted or tried and put away in places due to the nature of due to the fact that pious Augustus kept putting people away. The minute hand of a clock. Interesting. The fact I get to play, the fact that I actually get to play as the grandfather is kind of cool. He runs like a Scooby-Doo character though, which is kind of weird. He's like a very slow Scooby-Doo character, just trying his best. A ghost just shows up.
You know who I am, Edward.
Speaking of Scooby-Doo. Yeah, speaking of Scooby-Doo, there's ghosts.
To believe it.
Yeah, there's a ghost.
I am, or was, Maximilian Roivas, your ancestor.
Do you have to speak all weird and stuff?
I died in an asylum after trying to warn.
At least this guy's not a guy in a mask, though. Did you hear about the drama over the new HBO Max Velma series? I kind of did. I tend to avoid drama for things I'm not interested in.
What I started.
And I don't know, I saw the show and I was like, oh yeah, probably gonna skip it.
Stopped, or all of
And it's kind of a, it's one of those things where, because I know very well that I wouldn't...
Sets the clock to the 33rd minute of the 3rd hour.
I see. Ah. Magic pool spell. I wonder what that does. So I need to find the hour hand so I can set it properly. Okay. That does not seem too... intriguing. Aside from changing the race to 3 members, I can't believe they actually got rid of the dog too. I feel like that's just something that's just like, okay, you can't really use the Scooby-Doo characters without Scooby, but I also just... I guess that's the key, is that for me personally, because I saw what they did at the show and I saw what they were offering and I said, you know, it's like, yeah, it's not for me, and I knew that. And I feel like by knowing what sort of things I like watching and the things that I like, you know, partaking in, I end up with a lot less stress because I have a pretty good sense of what I would and wouldn't want to, you know, watch or deal with. I did make a mistake. I made a mistake last night what I did was I go to Magic, you know, as usual. And I feel like every time I can't go back. I can't go for extra games later because it's just not fun for me. But I have like sometimes I make mistakes where I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna hang out with people so I can try and be, friendly. But every now and then when you're dealing with people or watching shows or anything of a subjective nature, there's every now and then there is a point where you should say, yeah, no, that's not for me, and just step back, just let it go. Elephant gun ammunition? What? Historical journal. What does this one say? Oh, I see. So I have the hour hand now. That's pretty nice. Magic the Gathering? Yes, I do. I play Commander on Tuesdays. That's what I do with my Tuesday nights because it's a nice reprieve from, you know, and it gives me something that, you know, to do that's not in front of a screen and it's a social thing too, you know. So it's like, oh, cool. What the heck? Okay. But I play a lot of Magic the Gathering off. Like I really like building commander decks, but I build for a specific power level where I don't build for, you know, I am very frugal with my money, so I don't tend to buy really expensive cards, which, you know, puts me in the back foot. What's Commander? Basically, it's a special format, so you can play 4 players for Magic the Gathering, and it's 100 card decks with 40 life. And it's a to me it's a very fun format because I really like the social aspect of it. And the like your deck has a commander. You choose a legendary creature to be your, you know, the leader of your deck basically. Which is really cool, but it's also like, man. But the problem is that you can really power build in Commander where you can really just sweep all 3 of the other players with ease. And there's one guy at my table who does that, and it's not fun for me. So it's like, he was playing and he just kind of like smoked me, and then he was telling me that I was being salty because I was hitting him, and I'm like, yeah, because you build the biggest deck possible, and you build like, you know, like he builds with his wallet, not his skill, which is kind of like not fun for a card game. But I also recognize that there are people who like playing at that level, but coming to a very casual game and playing at that level is very like not cool. But so basically you have a 99 card deck that you shuffle and a legendary creature in Magic that you choose as the commander of the deck. There are some rules and restrictions based on, you know, like, so if you choose a commander, you can only use cards of that color. The credit card is the most powerful card after all. That's what it really felt like whenever I play against him, is that his credit card is the most powerful card of the table, and it's not fun. And it's like, I understand that there are different tiers of power levels in card games. You know, when you play Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, there is an expectation to play at a certain level when you're playing a card game, where you have this higher level of play based on the card strength. But to play at that level casually is very upsetting. Because it's like, okay, I build at a very different level. And it's like, okay, well, cool, I understand that you're, you know, going to play at this level, but it's not very fun when everybody else isn't playing at that height, you know? Because if everybody else isn't playing there at that level, and that's similar to me when you're playing stuff like fighting games, or you're playing even stuff like Smash Brothers, right? Where this is very clearly, you know, if you're playing at a casual level and you see somebody who's just like try-harding and slapping everybody around, yeah, it's not as fun, you know? It's not, you lose a lot of the enjoyment when you're not playing at the same level. You need IRL ranked matchmaking. I wish. But what it really is just that there's let's see. What does this one do? Magic transfers the innate magical energy of the environment to the self. Oh, so it lets me recharge my magic. I see. Once the magic is waned, you'll be bereft of spiritual power until it naturally seeps back into your being. Tear and Red Gormore. Okay. I'm gonna make sure I have the other versions of that as well. Tear and Red Gormore. But in seriousness, though, it is like, to me, it'd be more like I would want to tell. It's like I need to talk to him about it because it's a real problem for me, because it's just like. But it really is just like, you know, I play a very different game as well, because I come from Yu-Gi-Oh, where hitting people is the way you tend to beat people in the game. So, you know, you go to do the battle phase basically. And to me, it's like, well, I'd rather go to the battle phase and do that kind of thing rather than just, you know, be kind of sitting in the back, as it were, right? Because yeah, I can just sit in the back and just, you know, hang out, but it's not particularly fun. Okay, I'm gonna change magic because I do know I need something for later. Oh, she's dead. I told you about Marvel Snap. I have seen it. I've seen stuff about it recently, and it looks like it's a lot of fun. I haven't really tried it yet. I feel like at this point, because of how many people have recommended it, I feel like I need to try it now. I'm gonna put up a damage field really quick. Actually, I'm gonna do 3 point because she's pretty close. Oh. Huh. What the heck? Pretty interesting stat mechanic. I feel like I need to try it at this point because I've heard a lot of people saying good things about it, so I feel like I'll have to just try it at some point. Yeah, you know, we're just gonna leave that. Bottom half of the basement key? Oh lordy, where's the top half then? Like, go back. You can snap. Well, basically, if at any point in the match you feel like you'll win, you can snap. Ah, I see. I think I've heard about that mechanic. I need to look into it then. That sounds like it'll be fun. Yeah, but if you snap, you get 2 times the amount. Ah, I see. Okay. That's pretty cool. I like that. I'm gonna have to look into it then because I feel like that would be a lot of fun. But yeah, I do go on Tuesdays and usually I'm having a fun time, but every now and then, you know, you're dealing with, you know, like you deal with, you know, there's always a player who's the strongest one at the table, but I don't know. It always feels bad when I'm getting told that you can climb ranked really quick. I need to play it then. I feel like I need to play Marvel Snap so I can have a discussion about it because I feel like I need to try it. Also, no booster packs. Do you just choose your cards? Do you just get card? Do you just acquire? That actually sounds interesting. Wait, so how would you unlock cards as you play? Ooh, okay. Okay, well, I could probably try that then. Sounds like something that I could try really... Oh, hello. Okay, yeah, this thing is messing me up. Ah! That sounds like a lot of fun, though. Okay. I'll need to try it so I can talk about it. I'll probably talk about it tomorrow if I can play some tomorrow. Or tonight. I might just download it tonight so I can play it tomorrow. Let's see. Oh, you know what I could do instead? Well, actually. Oh, went into the... Whoa. I'm gonna have to take a look then, Drifter, because I feel like I absolutely need to see more, because now I'm like legitimately curious about what I can do. Because I've seen so many advertisements for it recently, and it's like, all right, cool. Maybe I need to check this out now. Oh, the gun cabinet key. Okay, so now we can go get gun. Okay, nothing in here. Basically, you can earn boosters for specific cards in your collection. You can upgrade the look of your cards you own with boosters, make them pop out of the frame or animated, or maybe a shiny card, more upgrade. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. That sounds like it... That does sound like something I would really like. I actually do really like the trading card games. I personally am a very big fan of when trading card games let you experiment, so I'll probably be messing around with that quite a bit. So I will absolutely have to take a look. But yeah, I really like Magic the Gathering. I personally find it very fun. But I also do think that part of the only thing I find frustrating is when this function allows the change to fire selector on a gun. Mode. Oh, so you can fire one shot or two. I see. Okay. That's really cool. Interesting. Okay, well, we have the elephant gun now, so we're going to be able to put someone in the dirt. But I spent a lot of today being kind of frustrated by what happened, because I don't know, it's just like, you ever play against somebody who just goes out of their way to try and like draw your ire, even if it's not fully intentionally, it really does feel like it, right? This is still locked, so I can't go down there yet. What are people hiding from? Oh, I probably need to do reveal invisible if I'm gonna see this fool. But it's a difference in power, where if you're playing at the same power level, win or lose, it's fun. But when there's a massive gap between one person and another, I feel like that's when it becomes less fun and more frustrating. Because it becomes a lot less about whether or not you're going to win, but more about whether or not it's more about how long you're going to be able to last, rather than any amount of like skill being able to carry you. And I feel like that's kind of upsetting, right? When you're playing a game and your hope is that you're going to be able to play, you know, at a similar level. My goodness, I threw myself out of the room. Ow. 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 Oh. Silly. Okay, dang it. Okay, I need to kill this thing permanently next time. Just so you know, Marvel Snap is super RNG. Have a game of pretty salty games. Some games I played. See, I don't mind RNG because RNG isn't what bothers me. Because RNG is part of card games, and that to me is understandable. But to me, it's far more frustrating when the opponent runs cards, or between you and your opponent, there's such a massive gap in your deck's power that you never stood a chance no matter what cards you got. You know what I mean? Where it doesn't matter what cards you had in your hand, right? But it's quick, so I don't mind, because each deck only has 12 cards and it lasts only 6 turns usually. See, but it's like, the thing that matters to me is that if you had no chance in winning, that's what matters more to me, right? Where if I'm playing a card game and there was never a chance at all for me to be able to win or lose, basically there's no chance for me to even play, then I feel like that's when there's such a gap in power that, you know, it's like, it's not fun. Similarly, if I'm playing a card game and my opponent doesn't get to do anything, to me that feels like, okay, yeah, this isn't fun. Because, yeah, I won, but at what cost, right? Where it's like, did I really win? Because if you just beat an opponent that's already beaten, what's the point? There's no challenge, there's no pride to be gained from beating an opponent already beaten. Also, I think I accidentally blasted the absolute crap out of the one person, so that's not great. Where is that? Where is he? He is. Yep, that's right there. No, I want it. Oh my goodness. Ow. I really just need to cast a damage field while he's doing that so I can be selfish and just slap him. Ow. Okay, yeah, while I'm in the midst of getting hit. Oh no. Oh no, the lady also is chasing me. Ooh. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, he just goes right through it. Oh, what the heck? Oh my goodness. It's a funny story. To get 3.1 era accurate colors, I'm running a 3.1 VM. Oh, so like you're running the tech to be able to do to see what it would look like. That's actually a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. That's cool. I like that. Let's see. Purple. That's really cool, though. Do you think you're getting close to the accurate colors, though, Hecko? Do you feel like it's getting close? I'm going to enchant item. Okay, yeah, now I can use enchant item on the key. Now this is proper use of, here's mechanics you've learned before, now, you know, properly use them. I like that shell animation. Yeah, since 3.1 colors were limited, it employs color dithering. Ah, that's really cool, actually. That's interesting. I remember I looked up what dithering means because I was telling my mom about it, and it was really cool. The next time I see this dude, I'm gonna smoke him. This shotgun is going to... This elephant gun is going to do some work. Alright, wherever this nerd is, I'm about to put him in the dirt. Ow. Oh my goodness. Oh, just eat it. Ow. Ow, what the... Ow! Oh no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna die. I'm not dying yet. I died. Have you looked up kerning? Convo with a friend made me go and look it up and do a learn. I think I learned about it once upon a time, but I just realized I haven't saved. Please tell me. Wait, when was the last time I saved? Oh, I have to do all that stuff again. Ah! Wah. Oof. Size large. Well, let me see. Let me see. When was the last time I saved? Yep. Okay. It was right before I read the page, wasn't it? Hmm. Okay. I know what kerning is, and I hard cringe when I see bad ones. If I'm correct. Yep. Oh, we have to watch all the cutscenes again. Ah! I always forget about this, where we have to watch all the cutscenes again when we fail. Okay, so when I get the Tome of Darkness, I'm gonna save again because I feel like that's the right time to save.
My education in psychiatry did not prepare me. I would love to see how Freud's...
I feel like whenever you see a technique employed poorly in any like physical visual format, I feel like that's when you can tell. It's like you can tell it's done poorly, but you don't know exactly what it is. You just know when it's bad. It's kind of like when somebody hears music and they hear something that's off, and they know there's a wrong note, but they don't know what it is, but it just makes them cringe.
As a psychiatrist, I believe that science could provide answers into my family's sordid, bizarre past. It was with great excitement.
On a side note,
began my search.
Funny thing about Alex's grandfather, this guy, the funny thing about him is that he is a very stereotypical Lovecraftian protagonist. Where, oh, I'm really peculiar, I'm really curious about the sordid past of this place. And then he finds out that it's real, and then he goes crazy. But yeah, no worries, guys. I'll be able to figure this out. Alright, well, at least I know how to go quick this time. Nope, not this way. Doy. So, run immediately. Well, grab this. Grab this. Immediately run this way. Go talk about ghosts. Kerning is the spacing between letters, so bad kerning can make the name Flick look like... Ah, I see. Yep, makes sense. Kerning can make... Yeah, look impolite. Yeah, the way you two both explained it, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No, I see it now. I see what you mean. I can see what you mean, too, when I look down at it, where it's like... Because from, you know, from where I'm sitting with at my desk, and I look down at my phone for my chat. Great minds. So when I look down at chat, I can actually see what you mean, because the kerning on my phone is, it's because the text is small, so I can see what you mean.
The pain and anguish I felt in that cell has empowered me.
This is why a good font is very important for when you're making both a UI, or, like, when you're making a UI for anything, good font is very important.
The darkness must be stopped, or all of humanity may end. Sets the clock to the 33rd minute of the 3rd hour.
I've seen it in the wild before. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so you have the magic pool, which is very cool. It's a good one. Okay, now that I know where to look for these things, I just need to go find them. This also means that I can go through and find all of the items beforehand, so I have them all again. Isn't great, but we'll work. We'll work with it. I will run with it. We'll see what we can do. It's kind of unfortunate that we ended up with this, but it's fine. So you have to go back through, grab all the items, make sure we have everything that we needed. I think I have a better strategy to deal with the monster this time. But I'm a little uncertain because I don't think it'll be... It's not the best strategy in the world, but... Because the damage field didn't even stop it, because it went right through. So I think what I need to do is cast Reveal Invisibility at the highest level I can. And then just silently pray that it stays on for long enough. Yeah, but I feel like this game does a good job with its text and font and stuff, because it's... Yeah, I've never had the trouble where I can't read something. As usual, r/kern... Ah, I see Kerning and they spell it wrong. I see. Kerning. I read that in my head. I read that as Kerning and I was like, oh yes, the Kerning. Okay, I think the stuff is on the other side, so I gotta go that way. That's my error. I mean, granted, I also find it funny. I feel like there are some errors that are just kind of fun. I don't know. When I make silly writing errors, sometimes I reread them just to like see them again. Look. Okay, so we have all of the important things to get inside of the one room, so I don't need to be there anymore. It's okay, my blood type is my blood type is typo. Okay, that Hecko, that one's almost like a grade. That's like grade B, type B felony tomfoolery. It's like felony grade tomfoolery. That's the kind of joke that is. Spin. There we go. Just all right. Time to spin. Into this blood type. What kind of keyboard does it use? Just future savior. Come on, man. Coincidentally, I'm actually O-type. I actually don't know what blood type I am. I know I'm something. I don't know, man.
Take them and use them. They are humanity's only hope. Destroy the Guardians, Edward. And
oh my goodness. The puns today are killing me a little bit. Let's see. Save. I'm gonna save now so that I don't have to do this again. Also, I need to remember what the grandfather's name is. Edward. That's right. His name is Edward. Grab the gun. Grab the ammo. Camels. I feel like I should save again just to be safe. Yeah, I'm gonna save again. I feel like I'm gonna be thinking about both of those jokes for a while. My blood type is typo, and my blood type, what kind of keyboard does it use? Oh man, I'm gonna be thinking about both of those for a while. Today I found out that scuba and tuba are acronyms. Scuba stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, and tuba stands for terrible underwater breathing apparatus. What the heck? Hecko, come on. That's like that's a joke that goes beyond, that transcends how jokes work. It transcends the joke. It's really good. Reveal invisible, level 5, Orpal. My goodness. Oh, you know what I should also do? Enchant item, 5-point purple sword. I feel like the melee weapons are inadvertently some of the best ones in the game because of the fact that they don't rely on anything beyond just what you're capable of doing. The more I stare at that joke, the more it just makes me laugh. The more I stare at it, where it's like, sometimes you guys, when you put a joke in chat, or something that makes me laugh, I start staring at it because it's, oh yeah, it's in chat, and it's, but the longer it's there, the more my brain is just like, oh my goodness. I have to think about that more and more. All right, we have the basement key bottom, and then wait, did I cast reveal invisible, right? There's this nerd. Ow. Ow. Get out of here, you big nerd. I got him. Paragon, can you repeat that again? Paragon, Paragon. And every time he says Paragon, my brain just goes, ah yes, Paragon. The problem is that you need to put a number of Paragon runes into your spells in order to make them stronger. So inadvertently, you just end up with him saying Paragon just a million times. Lady. Why do you have shotgun shells in your pocket, lady? Paragon, where'd it go? Into the spell. That's where it goes. That's where the Paragon lives. That is where the Paragon lives. The Paragon lives in the spell. That is its apparatus. Paragon. I need to learn how to say these runes so that I can record my voice saying every single rune, so that if somebody ever wanted to make a mod for this game where one of the entities you can summon is just me, and it's just a picture of my fox grow like as a PNG whenever Pius Augustus has to deal with it, he's just like, oh yeah, there's the entity, and I'm just like, got a cylinder full of Paragon gas. Paragon gas, it's the power gas. I'm pretty sure they refer to that as petrol in the European. My good man. Where am I supposed to go now? Just realized I don't actually know where to go now, because do I just have to wait, or do I have to go into certain rooms to get into spawn again? I think I have to go to the piano room. Maybe that's where I have to go next. Gotta read it wrongly like the chem memes. Cheems? Oh, like Cheems memes? Oh, so I gotta do like Parmgon. I gotta sit there going Rebd Gormnor. Gormnorm. I have to sit there reading. I have to sit there being the most. I have to sit there just reading in Cheems forever. Just bloom type. Actually, can I wait? What? Let me see the runes real quick. Let me see if I can, at the very least, see what the Cheems would be. The Cheems speak would be for the runes. What would it be? I don't think I could do these ones, because these ones are the gods. Chimkin Numgis. Bam Korok. Tirm. Narmakath. Nemthalek. Am Tormdabak. Magormnorm. Red Gormorm. Had some yesterday. Armatok. Samtok. Parmgum. We've gotten really good at really good ruining family photos. I can do it with my eyes closed. That is also a good one. See, spell list, reveal invisible, 5 blue. I feel like if I could ever mod this game, I would definitely do it with something like that, where it's I absolutely have to mod it with something silly, where it's like it would be just absolutely summon Sheems as your deity of choice. Like they add an orange one and it's just me. An orange entity and it's just me. Or we replace Mantorok with orange and it's just me. Sam Torok. Yeah, before I go in there and get myself messed up. Actually, wait, I could just enchant item. 5 blue gun. Mamgormorm. Yeah, it's just like it's easy to do it when you're texting too, because it's just like, oh yeah, I can just. No, the other no. Ow. Ah! Ow. Oh no, I do not want to die right now. I would rather not right now. Thank you. Grazie. Going to heal. I'm going to use all my... I hate to make it... Did you know that there is an Owen Wilson WoW web API to use? I imagine that every single... It has to be something where it just makes everything say WoW. If there is an API, I'm going to make a website using it. Even if it's just for me, I'm going to use it. Can I? It can leave the room it was in! Ah! Ah! Oh my god, that is not okay. I thought I was safe using the room to duck out, but nope. Not safe. But you leave, you big nerd. Oh no. Forgot another keyboard to swap out? Aw. You got another motherboard to swap out? My goodness, dude. That dude's got a lot. You got a lot to do today. Upsetty. Ow. Alright, fine. I'll slap the goofy out of you. You're just a man in a suit. What are you gonna do? Kill me? Doesn't he have the key? Well, that's upsetting. Oh no, it's the guy in the other room that has the key. That's right. I think I accidentally used the wrong one. I wish I knew enough to be able to use the WoW API for Redeem. I wish I could use... Well, I need to learn how to do more... I need to add the functionality so that Redeems have a sound effect, because I would really like to do that for you guys. Even if I don't hear them all the time, I feel like I should have it just for you guys. Because then you guys would know when Redeems go off, and it'd be really cool. And I could do some fun stuff with it. Okay, why did that not trigger? Do I need to be back downstairs and do it? The only thing I'm still not sure about is how the reveal invisible really works. Oh, he's in the room. This does not make me feel okay. 5 purple sword. Okay. I remember I used an API for you reading Yu-Gi-Oh cards, reading like a Yu-Gi-Oh card database with the intent of I would read the name of the Yu-Gi-Oh card and make a Tommy Wise was the room. But I would make a measure of music based on the card you got. Because you could, you could open up a card and write music with it. I use a bunch of APIs for it. I need to like put together some of my old code so I can show you guys web design stuff, because some of it's really fun. I think web design is very fun when you get to do it just for yourself. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't think we get the key in this case now. Sir. Yep, nope. We don't get the key now. So because that other guy died, we don't get the key, which is really upsetting. So we do not get the elephant gun this time, which is really sad. Or at least right now we don't get it, but I'm not going out of my way if I don't have to right now. Wait a minute. I've made this mistake before. Hang on. Can I save? Still can't save. Okay, yeah, I need to back off. Ah! Okay, back off. Back off, and then I need to cast magic like immediately. Oh my goodness. Remember adding the Konami code as an Easter egg to my old blogger account when I could mess with web code? I really like messing with web code. I feel like it's definitely a lot harder when jumping into the deep end, but it's really fun when you get to do it. Okay, so we got Funny Pargon. Okay. What do I need to do to make this so I don't die this time when I go in there? Yeah, it's not. You know what? It seems like I'm not gonna get any further if I don't just run in. Oh, right. I need to cast. Wait, hang on. Okay. Go back. Okay. The moment I open the door, I'm gonna cast Reveal Invisible so I can see where he is. Oh my goodness, he was just moving. Oh, okay, so by doing that, he gets his health back when I do that, but oh my goodness, an invisible enemy is just not cool. This game with invisible enemies does not feel good. Ow. Okay, I think I have the strategy. Give him the old slap around. Okay, there we go. Sheesh. But I did make quite a bit of code in college, and I have a lot of it still just around because I like keeping it. You never know when you need old code, so it's nice to be able to do that kind of stuff, you know, where you're... Ow. What does this even do? Check. Using this will regain sanity, I see. Run away, run away, run away. I know better. Unfortunately, I know better, and I know that I shouldn't be down there when I... Okay, so what can I do to... What can I do to deal with this? Okay. I think I know what I need to do to get rid of him, but I... Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think. Alright, so follow my logic on this. What I need him to do is I need that thing to leave... I need that thing to leave the basement. So if I can go in there when he's not in there, so I can cast, like, Dispel Magic on that thing. Okay, and then... Feel invisible. I don't know why I'm invoking red. I don't think it's gonna help me. Should probably do blue. Ah! But I really like being able to keep... I really like keeping extra code on hand because there are many cases where having extra code on hand is really good. Maybe I need to put shield on before I go in. I feel like I need to... I feel like I'm doing something wrong by leaving the basement continuously, but I also don't know what else to do. Well, let me put blue on the sword. I think it might be... I might need to... Let me think. What else can I do? Do magic pool, which would be very nice. And I could do... probably just try to get off of Dispel Magic when I get down there. So let me put on... if I put on a shield. Might help. Okay. Let's see if this helps. Okay, let me see what this thing says. Spell magic, blue. Ah! Wait, there's a thing there. What is that? Summon horror spell scroll. Oh. You can just summon one of those dudes? That's actually kind of sick. And he uses 3... wow, that looks insane. Ah! Double shotgun. Brother, that is impressive. Stop your heresy. Stop it the second time. Ah! Oh my goodness. Haha, shield. How many shotgun shells do you eat? The only downside is that the magic is not particularly quick, so it's very hard to do quickly and just be able to spam. Yeah, see, he just keeps drinking the Kool-Aid, so I don't know how to stop him. Okay. Very uncool of you, my dude. What's that? Elephant gun ammunition. Okay. Ow. Oh, please no. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, no. I do not want it to end like this, please. I'm gonna mash the A button until I get out of here. No, he killed me! Ah! Oh my goodness. Ugh, I hate that thing. Okay, well, at least I saved way before, so I don't have to do as much again. It happens. Okay, so I made a mistake even going towards that without, you know, the proper precautions, so that was my bad. That was 100% my bad. That's not even a... I feel like most of the time when I make a mistake, it's usually just me not at all reading the room properly and just messing up. Which is far less a issue of the game, because I feel like that, in this case, it's much more a, I definitely screwed up there, and... it was definitely not my best performance. Here's the book. Okay. Yes. Okay. The rot consumes. I see the only problem I have is that I don't quite know how to kill the thing. Very good. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can't figure out what to do now. Because I don't think the elephant gun is the solution. I feel like it's just one of the things I can do. Okay. Don't know why I'm doing that. I can just do this. There we go. Okay, the sword has been enchanted. Yeah, the only thing I find a little bit tough is that... and this is something that's an artifact of older games that don't have autosaving, or modern games that don't have an autosave function. Which I'm not gonna lie is something I've legitimately been scared of with my game, because I have not built it because RPG Maker doesn't have a built-in autosave function, and it doesn't really have support for a very good one to make in. So it's kind of it's this very awkward fugue state where I have to very clearly say to the player, hey, don't forget to save or you're probably gonna die. Okay, I need to feel invisible for blue. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. I just realized. Okay. There's this nerd. Okay, I got an idea. Hey, what's going on, dog? You guys, hey, you want to see some magic? That didn't really do anything. Worryingly so. Worryingly, that did not do nearly as much as I hoped it would. Trying to figure out what to do. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Trying to think mentally. See, I think I'm figuring out how to do this, but man. Hi. Hello. I figured out something and makes me a little upset. Ow. I am not long for this world. Okay. I also just realized that I don't think I have the means to handle this very well, so it's gonna suck. I'm looking at what I got and I'm like, Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Thing I'm noticing is that I don't have the means to avoid him. Also, every time just sitting here going, Okay. Thing I'm noticing is that every time I try to deal with him, what I am noticing is that every time I try to attack it, it's not working. I did look into I looked at the written guide again, and the most I can understand about it is that when I'm looking at what is required, and the most I can understand about this is that I need to hit it when it's doing that thing where it tries to suck people's blood out. I need to interrupt it while it's doing that, which seems kind of weird, but seems kind of specific. But I mean, what do I know? Okay, I'm gonna enchant the gun and then put it away. I'm going to enchant the sword as well. I have a lot of magic right now, so I'm going to use as much as I can. I can also shield myself really quick. Shield 5 blue. This should work. Hopefully we'll be able to. I might stay up a little bit later tonight because my sleep schedule's already a little bit off, so I might. And I also want to see this chapter to its end because I don't think I'm going to be able to do it if I don't. I feel like I'm going to be way too. I feel like I'm going to forget everything about this chapter if I don't do it right now, so I'm going to try and finish it. Even if it takes me a little overtime, I'm gonna do this right now. Hello, ma'am. How are you doing? Alright, cool. Let's go. Okay. And then I'm gonna get out the gun because I'm pretty sure the gun is more helpful right now. Reveal invisible blue. I think what I need to do is figure out how to catch this thing. There it is. Hello. Interesting. Interesting behavior. Interesting. Really? You just have to kill the. You just have to kill her just to be safe, I guess. I don't like that this thing can go through doors. This upsets me. Okay, hopefully we'll be able to. As a difference in gameplay, I do think it's fun that they're trying to say, "Hey, we're gonna make the." Oh, hi. Oh, we're gonna make this area where the enemy can chase you all the way through. But I also feel like by not giving very clear instructions on how to deal with the enemy, I feel like sometimes they struggle a bit. Oh, hi. Where are you going? Really don't want this thing to leave, but I'm also like, This thing is not very easy to deal with. Okay, let me make sure. I'm gonna refresh my reveal invisible. This is definitely one of those fight things that does not necessarily speak for itself in terms of how do you do it, but where did it go? Okay, so it just went down for the first time into the basement to find that thing. That's great. I'm very uncertain as to how to kill this thing. Hi, ma'am. Thank you for the shotgun shells. Very cool. Shield. This is one of those parts, I feel like this is where late game stuff, they kind of stop, because they don't have to teach the player new things, they don't necessarily think that they need to explain new things. And I think that's fine, but man, you really got to make sure that it's well communicated how the players expect to figure something out, because this isn't very... It is not exactly intuitive to figure out how to beat an enemy that you've never seen before. Okay, did I ever get the bottom half of the basement key? I don't think I did. That kind of sucks. I don't quite know where I'd get the second half, but it would be nice to have it. Trouble is that the only thing that really sucks in this part of the game is I can't save, because that thing can enter any room, which therefore makes every room an unsafe room. Which really sucks, because that means that I can't actually avoid. Oh boy. Well, we'll see about... Well, Nahama, let's see. I will honor your raid request, but I do want to finish this chapter, so hopefully I'll be done before they go offline. I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. It happened a few times. It's really... It's kind of funny when it happens, but... Let's see. Feel Invisible 5, blue. Cloudy just started? Ah! We will raid Cloudy today, then. We will raid Cloudy. When this chapter is done, we will be raiding Cloudy. Alright, very good. Let us see. I really need to figure out what I'm doing with this. Okay, let me really quickly read to see what the heck I'm supposed to be doing. Because I don't... The other problem is that the IGN guides never explain if there's alternative methods to deal with things, so... I'm gonna check really quick, because if I need something very specific, then... we're gonna be in danger. Let's see if we can figure this out. Solid, perhaps, maybe, if we can figure it out. Found items. Summon horror. Know that there are tons of ammo. Okay. I don't like that. Okay. I hear this nerd, but where is he? Oh, hi. There he is. I guess I'll just follow him to wherever he's going. Okay, he's going for the gunroom guy. Okay, so I need to save this guy because this guy has the... This guy is going to give me the gunroom key, so I absolutely need to save him. Did he just walk through the wall? Okay, so cutscene's kind of preset in the master. Hack to serve it. Now to stop the attack. Once have it, retreat, dodge a call, so repeat the attack. Saying toe to toe, the semi-team monster is not a good tactic. You know how I know this guide was written a long time ago? It says here, it will begin its soul drain attack and rip life from Edward as fast as Mike Tyson gnawing on human flesh. Now, I don't think that that's a... I'm not going to say this is a dated reference. But man, it really does make this game real. It makes you realize this game was made in 2002. Eddie needs to turn that runestone into a D- project from art class if he wants to live long enough to have grandchildren. Servant is still alive after the spectral horror's attack. Speak with him, secure the gun cabinet key. Don't go running around in search of the blah. Okay. Interesting. Pause the game and read up about the elephant gun. Got it. So don't fire it right away. Enchant the gun, blah blah blah, shoot the thing. Have Edward stick with the shotgun, the Ithaca shotgun. Stay in the gun room and recast the reveal invisible spell when it runs out. Keep the saber enchanted with either purple or dominant alignment. Wait for the spectral horde, head into this room. Restore all your meters with the magic pool purple. Walk around in circles, restore magic, and recast a 7-point shield. Save the game. Save the game. Make sure it attacks and does the thing. Whack the monster to interrupt it and kill it. The room is just hard to maneuver in, so use care. Which room does it say to go into? Stay in the gun room and recast stuff. We're gonna wait for... Okay, so... Okay. Got it. Okay, I think I understand the tactics. Maybe. Okay, so... So one thing I need to do is spell list... magic pool. Magic pool. Okay, I need to learn the 7-point magic pool. I should probably know what magic pool does. Check. Tier and Red Gormore. Got it. Okay. Man, you know shit's rough when the guy tells you to save the game. Yeah, no, that's something where it's like, you know that that it's bad when they tell you in the guide, hey, make sure you save the game. Tier Red Gormore. You really know when that the game is just like telling you, hey man, this is gonna suck if you don't save. It's like, wow, okay, I guess. Having a dude whisper Pargon into my head is very strange. So I need to cast a 7-point shield. I need to cast a lot of stuff, apparently. Let's see. Shield. I don't have the 7-point shield yet, so I need to check that. Ugh. Yeah, that's when you know it's rough, when they're like, hey man, listen, what if you needed to... You must absolutely have... Dead Space 2 Hardcore or Soul Level 1 DS1? Probably DS1, if I'm being honest. But that's just because it's more about skill than just dying. I don't know, I feel like the DS1... Actually, no, Dead Space 2 Hardcore would be more about skill, but that one, you'd have to practice it a lot, though, wouldn't it? Because I don't know if Hardcore is one... Is Hardcore just one life? I don't remember. Bankarok or Santak? Got it. Bangarang. Bang... Santak. Bangarok. There we go. So I need to cast 7-point shield, 7-point mana pool thingy-majig. So shield, cast this blue. I have to say Paragon so much. My goodness, dude. Just walk in circles for a little bit to regen the magic. I have a lot of stuff just floating around me right now. Okay, I need to re-enchant my sword. 5-point... Wait, no. 5-point purple sword. I'd rather get... Because DS2 Hardcore, you only have 3 saves. Ah! See, that's what I was wondering, though, is if you only have so many saves, then yeah, then it's a matter of practice. But Soul Level 1 DS1, you have as many tries as you want. So I'd probably go with that, then, if I was to do one or the other. Not that I'm going to do one or the other, because that sounds like it'd be just nightmarishly painful. Okay. Now I have invisible. Oh, that's right. My good man. Did I get the key? I did not. Curious.
Dear God.
That thing is in the... it's in there. I need to go. Gotta go. We must leave. Must go quickly. Must save people. Save the servants. Yeah. No, it killed him. You absolute freaking clown. Okay. Lady, don't try it. Dang it, lady. Kind of sad because I don't have the elephant gun thing anymore. Makes me sad. Makes you sad when you lose keys, when you don't get the keys, because then you just can't do anything about it. You hear doors opening, closing. Once you see the monster, stay out of its way. Wait for it to do the soul drain attack. Okay. Save the game prior to going downstairs and recast the reveal, invisible, and shield spells. Re-enchant the saber, head into the basement. Avoid the monster, hit the runestone once or twice, then run off. Oh, okay. So I just have to hit the. I have to hit the stupid rock. That's it. That's easy. I can hit a stupid rock. That's easy. Hang on. So I can. Can I save now? Wah. Doesn't want me to save. Okay. Spell list. Okay, so let me recast shield first because that's the one that I'm scared of losing the most. I feel like though this game, I feel like I accidentally says why not actually attack the, almost just why not actually attack the rock fountain thing. Well, and I feel, well, and it's like, yeah, it's a smart, it's, I didn't really think about it because to me it's like, okay, well, the last couple times I've had to do something like that, the game has been pretty clear on, oh yeah, you just need to hit the enemy and use some sort of magic to like destroy the thing. And I'm like, okay, well that makes sense. I will take this with me though. Very cool, thank you. How about it, you big nerd? Oh wait, that's right. I have shield. I can just slay the smackdown onto you. Stay down this time. You absolute freaking fool. You will not. I did it though. Woo boy, okay. Alright, so now I can summon a horror though, so that's pretty cool. Okay. I'm gonna grab all this ammo, even though the elephant gun ammo is unusable right now, which is sad. Okay. I appreciate the funny symbol floating above me, but it's also very confusing. Okay. Can I save now? Oh boy. Yes, I can save. Yes. Okay, good. Gohan's new form in superhero. He's now stronger than Goku Vegeta. Get perfect UI and Ultra Ego. Intriguing. I did not know that. Alright. Save the game. Go down. You are marked for death. Well, no, this is a mark that lets me regenerate magic very quickly. So, thankfully, this is actually a good mark. It is gone now. I need to recast it. Magic pool. Magic missile. 7-point purple. Orbital. I like that I can refer to it as orbital. You know what's actually been a fun experience for me lately? Playing older games that they were built for TVs, not for... They weren't really built with stereoscopic sound and like they weren't built with having headphones on in mind, right? The Guardians of Chattur'gha make Edward shiver with fear. 9 great towers dwarf the city. Perhaps the tower serves to focus great tides of energy in the city itself. Intriguing. Highly disturbing. Need to request you doing bash... Oh my god. Okay, well this tells me, hey Jazz, how's it going? I just realized that my brain just said I was about to say bash candid coot, and I was like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, me? Let's go, how are you? I'm doing good. Clearly my English is suffering a bit, but that's okay, because I don't really necessarily need to have it working at 100% capacity right now. I prefer it to be, but I don't need it to be. Bash Mandicoot. Rash Bands is Newt. Who needs to speak? Well, it's like, as long as you guys understand me, I guess it's okay. Oh, I see. The enemy is here. Let's see, damage field. Can I do a 7-point damage field? At the very least, this game we've made a lot of progress today with the game, so that feels pretty good. Let's see, 5-point purple on the sword. This magic is doing a lot of work for me. Limbargo or Travago? A little bit of both, I think. I think Limbargo's funnier. Yeah. Wow, this magic really does do just a lot of work for me. The nice thing about this game is that the magic does a lot of the work for you. So if you know how the magic system works, you can... Once you get damage area, you can just kind of bully the enemies because they can't do anything. Oh, I can go... Can I go inside now? Oh, never been down here. Wonder what's in here. Ah! Magic spider. Oh no. I made a mistake. There's an enemy. Recover 5-point purple. Okay. Let's get in there. Oh, he shoots the laser beams. Damage field 5-point purple. Okay. That thing's kind of scaring me, I'm not gonna lie. It has magic though. I don't like that. I don't like that it has magic. That worries me greatly. How about we do a 7-point shield? And then we'll figure out what we're gonna do about this guy. Okay. Hello. Oh, I need to dispel the magic. Dispel magic. Get dispelled, forehead. Oh, he just disappears when you hit him. That is not according to Keikaku. Hello. This is worrying. I feel like this is one of those, another one of those, this is a boss fight, but we're not going to really call it a boss fight, but it is a boss fight, but we're not going to call it a boss fight, because if we call it a boss fight, you're going to die. This magic is really dope, though, so I do appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. What the heck? Are you really going to run away like that? Come on, my man. Hello, spider. My sword! I need to recharge my sword. I do not feel like being left bereft of... Uh-oh. I also just realized that I don't have my funny it's recharging me all the time thing going on. That is not also not good. Okay, then we're gonna need to resort to the most powerful magic of all, a gun. Come out of that little red ball, I swear, you are going to receive the American way. Die. If that isn't just exactly the most American thing I've ever seen. Oh, right, that's right. I put down the barrier. My magical barrier will save me. Okay. Do I have the magic necessary to give myself the purple again? Think so. This should work. It appears it does not work. You know, as a game designer, you'd think that I would be a little bit smarter about caring about my resources, but I also use my resources in video games like I'm an actual monkey, so that's not 100% true. Hey buddy, what you doing? Ow. Dick. He's non-corporeal and he decides to slap me. Come on, man. That's just rude. Hey, just don't hit me until the spell's done, okay? Thank you. I now have the funny purple. I will take that. And some of this. Some of these. Some of those. One of those. One of these. Some of that. What? No, you're not really You're dead. You're dead now? You die. All of that struggle, and you die from a non-enchanted sword? It's just metal, my dude. What is wrong with you? It's just metal. Ah, what a clown. Alright, well, what were you defending? I want to see it. What is this? Open door. I don't like that. What? Oh. These plinths look like the ones Pius had encountered in the Forbidden City. One where he found the essence of the ancients. Briefly, ones where their purpose could be. Right itself would be a massive circle of power. Each switch around the perimeter of the room corresponds to a focusing tower where a rune may be scribed. Once a spell has been scribed and then magnified by the array, could it be the Guardian City's weakness? If one could somehow remove the magic from this area. Oh. That's not that hard. Just... Oh, wait. Hang on. Let me make sure I have the most powerful version. Nethlek and Red Gormor. Got it. Okay. Orpal. Nethlek. Red Gormor. Now we get to listen to him say Pargon for a very long time. The Pargon. I appreciate the hundreds of Pargons. The Pargons do... I do appreciate the Pargons. If anybody's new and they see if they've ever seen this game before, was this part hard for them, the 10th chapter? Because I feel like this is unreasonably hard for me, but I don't know why. Huh. I think that worked as intended. One so it could somehow remove the magic of this area. But what if I do that again, but with purple? What if we use the purple? I don't know, guys. I think that the purple will do it. I didn't do it. Oh, maybe I just needed to... Oh, maybe I just need to do it like this? Maybe this will work. I'm actually a bit uncertain, but maybe this will work? Horrible. Did it... Oh, maybe I just need a... I don't know, maybe this will... Oh, it's a warp. Oh, okay, that's silly of me. My bad. I really don't know. Where am I? Oh, what? Where am I? What is this? A rune is marked here. Could the spire themselves serve as circles of power? Yes. Argon, scribe rune. Okay, curious. Oh, hydration. Ooh, thank you. I have not been drinking much water. I've had something else to drink, but I needed that. Thank you, Jazz. Oh my goodness. And I'm running overtime too, so I really gotta watch my water intake. Use the gun. Bah! I appreciate that. Of all the things I appreciate that this game realistically does, get a stretch in while you're at it. Let me shoot this thing first. Bah! Okay, good. Thank you. Now let me stretch. Yup. There we go. Ow. Oh, my shoulders really needed it. I spent some of today looming over a notebook because I was writing music today, and whenever I'm writing music, I always like lean over a notebook and I write out the theory first, and then I do the writing. Where I do the music in Ableton and all that, which can be a bit of a laborious task, but I'm trying to fast track a music album, which I haven't really done in a while to like fast track them, so. I imagine that the muscles for it are a little bit... Oh, hi again. Why are you here? Hello. Pardon. I'm gonna go around you for a moment because I'm more curious what's going on down here. Excuse me. I'm gonna pull that lever because I don't need to deal with you, so I'm not going to. Ugh. But I'm hoping that I'm writing a more weird music album this time. I'm using more digital sounding stuff. Like, I'm not going for that faux... I'm not really going for the faux orchestra sound this time. I'm going for very, very digital Game Boy-ish kind of sounds. Which I think is going to be a lot of fun, but... I'm hoping that if I hit... I'm hoping if we get to 200, then I'll be able to... Because I put it down that I want to do a music stream, so I might be able to show off that song if we can do it, but... It's kind of funny, because it kind of just turns a stream into additional 4 hours of work at some point, which is kind of funny. It's funny to me, because it's just like, oh yeah, I'm just adding work to myself. Music stream. Yeah, it'll be me making music. I'll be able to show you guys how I do it. Which I think will be a lot of fun. Paragon. Okay, so now I go up here then. Okay. That's my goal, is to... I put that down. I've made a couple of different things for the... I put down a couple of different follower goal stuff. The music stream's the one I'm excited about, but... Oh, Oyotov. Okay. Now we have this. So what I'm guessing is I'm setting up a big spell to be able to do that. Oh, hello again. Gonna... Uh-oh. And that's my goal. That is a goal I hope I can get to, is that I can do that stuff with you guys, because that'd be a lot of fun. I already pulled that lever, so that's a little worrying. I just go this way? Oh, that's right. I could just leave. I could just leave. The trouble is that when I write music, it's a very... The trouble is that when I'm writing music, it's very... I don't want to necessarily say it's rough, because what I like to do is I write the music in theory first, and I get the notes down into Ableton, and I do all that stuff first, and then I go through the process of making passes with different filters and things, like things that add echo or reverb and things that add to the audio experience, which can be very weird to listen to when you're like not the one working on it, I guess, to put it that way. This is a very laborious process of just having to constantly go back and forth between this area and another, because we're setting up these towers with the magic we need in order to dispel the magic in this area, from what I understand. Paragon. So we're setting up these 9 towers with the magic we need, with the spell we need to dispel all the magic. So hopefully we'll be able to use this properly in order to do so, but... Okay, I think I'm in a new area now. Yep, this is a new area. Alright, I would like to get off of this wild ride. Oh, the screaming is getting louder. That's not great. I need to 7-point recover my sanity. Ow. Uh-oh. Ah! Oh, no. Okay, let me do 3-point shield then. I just need something to protect me while I cast the 7-point recover. Uh-oh. Oh, no, madness. Game. Okay, everything got recovered. Thank goodness. Okay. I have to come back here more than once. I'm probably going to... Wait, did I pull the lever? No, I don't think I pulled the lever. Let me make sure. No, lever's pulled. Never mind. But your magic only goes up to 7, doesn't it? Yes. So, in order to use more magic... So, there is actually something interesting that... That's actually why we're activating these towers, Nahamaha, so that we can... Apparently, what we're trying to do is set up those 9 towers so we can cast a spell that we can't physically cast. And we're going to basically use the towers to make a 9-point dispel. Hello. Excuse me. Thank you. Leaving. Oh, hi guys. I recognize this place. I'm out of here. I'm gonna leave. Ah! Run. Yeah, the weird thing about the magic thing is that since ours only goes up to 7, we can't do certain things with it, so we have to make good use of what we have. So I need to... Okay, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to recast some of my stuff. Actually, wait, I need magic pool first, right? Yes. Cast 7, purple. 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 We need this purple in order to save ourselves, because we are in danger right now. Okay. Now we should be able to reasonably be able to handle this, maybe? I hope so. I think we should be able to reasonably handle it. Okay. Activate the next one. Up we go. So what interests me about this is that Edward figured out, with very little experience on magic, after reading the book for barely a moment, exactly how to deal with the very problem he's dealing with. I'm also very confused as to how they built this huge city underground, but I feel like that's more of a the gods just kind of do stuff kind of thing than anything else. But okay, and blue shield. And we have to continuously Pargon until we have the magic we need. Okay. Now we should be able to just... Yeah, this one looks like we can just leave. Kind of nice. That's kind of nice for a change, I'm not gonna lie. What is this? Never mind. Maybe not. Hopefully we can. Okay. Hopefully we can... This chapter is going a lot longer than I had anticipated. Oh, lever. This chapter is going a lot longer than I was ready for, but hopefully we'll be able to finish it soon. He just got blitzkrieged by a worm? Imagine in Nemo, Marlin was looking for a son but got upset and a schoolfish instinctively depicted him as a soy. Wait, what? So what you're saying? So wait, what you're saying is, what if they used memes back at that point? So what you're saying is, what if they were using memes? I'm kind of worried for the day that they start unironically using memes for when they mocked him after getting upset at them. I feel like I would be more worried about when movie studios start getting self-aware and actually using memes properly instead of trying to fabricate them using like nonsense. Because I feel like the problem is that a lot of movie studios just try to fabricate the memes rather than just being a meme. Okay, so we have activated the Pargon. Maybe now we're good? I hope so, because I don't know what else we're gonna do. We're kind of in danger. I see the lever up there. I think I need to pull that. I will say, playing this game at 720p when these kind of games were coming out of AV cables is very interesting as an experience, especially given just the sheer difference in quality. But it also lets you see the games for what they are, because I feel like when games like this lose the fuzziness of CRT, I feel like that's when they start kind of getting not bad, but I feel like that's what it covers. A lot of the hard edges of polygonal shapes are covered by the fuzziness of a CRT TV. Okay, so now we have 5 symbols. Why did I activate that? Wait, am I allowed to go back up there? What? Why am I allowed to go back up there? Okay, wait, why does it let me go back up here? What does this do? Examine. Cancel. Grabber. Did I did do that one, so... Oh, jeez. I really, really, really hope that... I really hope that this isn't some time-sensitive thing where I have to be moving particularly of a particular speed. Hello. Excuse me. Pardon. I just want to see this chapter to its end, because I know that would mean that next stream we'd be done, and I know that. Because that would mean that the first week in November, we'd be able to put, close the book. We'd be done. And I'm like, ugh. Okay. What am I missing then? That door is still closed for some reason. Okay, let's see. Examine. Do we have any items that could be helpful? Not particularly. Okay, well, we have all the runes, right? Let me make sure. Pargon, Negative, Pargon. If I cast a spell magic right now, will it do something? Ah. Okay, well that didn't do anything. Okay, I will need to pop this open. I'm gonna need to pop this open in the browser because I am actually lost. Hang on, one moment. Because I don't think I understand what I'm doing. Which makes me feel bad, but I'm also like, I also recognize that this game's... some of its logic is a little bit confusing. Stargate chamber, activate the... wait, what? Go near the leftmost panel and say yes when the game asks you if you want to activate the panel. Oh, there's an order I have to do it in too? Oh, brother, that's... okay, now you're just messing with me. Oh my goodness. Okay, so left. Next panel to the right of the glowing first panel. Second left. Red Gormore, Pargon. I got the Stargate chamber, activate panel number 3 and watch out for traps in the end. Logical room, no monsters. Over the levers. Pargon, dominant alignment. Okay, so I have to activate all the other ones first, then activate the dominant alignment. I see. I see. Okay, that's actually kind of weird because I don't quite know why they would... I'm kind of confused why they would allow you to... so do that. On 5. When Eddie leaves this time, try to have full meters to cast shields and get ready to drive a Guardian. Blah, blah, blah. Tower 6. What do you mean? Wait, Tower 6? Wait, what? Drive the power rune and the next scenic site in Enga, the gladiator pit. This gladiator you need to drive off. Guardian you need to drive off to exit the exit, but first head to the lever. Wait, 7 towers? Where's the other 2? One of these things isn't on. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm wondering if there is an order, if it's just I'm an idiot. Okay, well. Oh my goodness. Yep, I see it. I see it now. Okay, so it's not that there's an order, it's that I see. So I think it's Red Gormore? Red Gormore. At least it puts you on the right one, I think. So if one of these is wrong, I'll find out very, very quickly. Oh, hi. Excuse me. I just want to leave. I just want to leave. I want to go. I want to go home. This chapter is a lot longer than I was gonna give it credit for, because I thought that this is gonna be another... I feel like the fact that the chapter's getting longer is both very good and also just kind of strange, because some of these are getting longer because of exceptionally different design choices at this point. Okay, I should probably cast that purple magic pool again, just in case. Never hurts to be prepared. Alright. Now that this is done, you can leave. So the idea is that I'm basically building a 9-point spell using the towers. So basically, we're building a much bigger spell. Which is kind of impressive, but also very weird. So hopefully we'll be able to finish this up. I'm really sorry for messing that up though, because I feel like at this point it is also just my brain is not working at full capacity, and I'm not allowing myself to recognize that, yeah, I am probably not at the top of my mental game. And by kind of just forcing my brain to work, it's kind of like, well, oh well, just do your best. And it's like, that's not great. Let's see. Argon. I'm really hoping it's not an order thing, but if I need to, I'll save and we'll just continue from here next time. Because I think we're coming close on time. I'm kind of really pushing it on time. Because I feel like I'm really pushing it, my ability to handle this right now. But if I can do this particularly quickly, then I'll be fine. I'm pretty sure it is just activate. If I activate all the towers and nothing happens, then I will know for certain that it is that I have to activate them in an order, and it'll be just should just stop for now. We'll see. All right. So we have 2 more to go. I think this one's gonna be the other symbol one, because so we're doing Dispel Magic, so it should be, let me make sure. It should be Dispel Magic. Check. It should be Nethlek and Red Gormor. So I think this one needs to be Nethlek. I think. Anzerbach. Pinkeroct here. Nakaroth, Nethlek. Yeah, we want Nethlek. Silence Bird. Alright, let's go. Alright. Hopefully that is the correct choice, but I think it's supposed to be Dispel Magic, so intriguing. Excuse me. I would fight everything in here, but I really don't need to. Unless I do. I do. Do I? Something over here? Nope. I need to fight. Okay. What should I fight with? Probably do Summon Horror and just let him deal with this, because that would probably help a lot. Spell Summon Horror, 7 blue. This should in theory work, but we'll see. Press. Attack an enemy's head from far away to perform a shock attack. Okay, well that is really, really pointless. Oh, if I break concentration on the spell, it starts going nuts. Oh, I see. Well, that's not great. Okay. Well, that's less than ideal. That is much less than ideal. That's not good. Uh-oh. Okay. I need to figure out a way out of the situation. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Can you guys just please leave me alone? I'm out of gun ammo, aren't I? Oh no, it's just I have to reload. Jeez. Okay, yeah, this is gonna suck. Is that thing just constantly casting over there or something? Stop doing that. Okay, thank you for moving. I'm gonna go this way. Ah! I feel like this game aged in a very strange way, where on the one hand, it has a lot of stuff that I think horror games should take note in. And then on the other hand, it has a lot of stuff that's just, wow, some of this is very tedious, but in the end though, this is a very good game. So it's just like, I don't know, I don't feel like I'm being punished for doing this. I feel like, oh no, I want to see this to end. That's why I'm clinging to it so hard. That's why I'm like, no, I need to see this to its end, and I need to finish it right now. Because in my head, it's, oh, I want to see this game to its end, and I want to make sure that I understand it. Okay, so I think we have everything except for this last one, which I think is just another Paragon. Which should work. Unless I'm mistaken. So I think if I choose Paragon, then we're good. Paragon? Paragon. Yep, alright, we did it. We did it. Yeah, we did it. Okay, so this isn't the end of the game, but we did make like a major, this is one of the last chapters, so. Now what? Oh. So I need to get out of here then. Got it. Getting out. I should put up a shield. Blue. I really like the magic in this game. I feel like this is not many horror games give you a magic system, or at least games that could be actually classified as horror. Because I feel like this is one of those. This is a game that can be classified very easily as horror. I'm gonna shoot that so I can just leave. Oh no, my sanity. Okay. I'd say thriller. Well, and that's the thing. I feel like this game kind of gets a pass on being, it's because it's a lot like Dead Space to me, where, because a lot of what the DNA of what Dead Space and games like Dead Space would be are found in this game. Because a lot of what Dead Space and Resident Evil do is they take premises from horror, which would be zombies and monsters and vampires, and they take those kind of things and they apply them to modern day settings. But more importantly, it's the fact that they are still horror games. It's just that I think that there are different, because of the different ideas of horror, because this is more cosmic horror, and cosmic horror doesn't necessarily have to deal with being with, like, you know, you're not always defenseless in cosmic horror. I think we just ruined like almost like 2,000 years of Pius's preparations in about 5 minutes. Come on, Eddie, let's go. But I think that this is still like, especially when your sanity gets low, this game does a very good job of keeping you scared, because obviously, you know, like my nerves are clearly some form of metal, but oh, the spell's going off. But for like somebody who's like, you know, 16, 17, 18, yeah, this would be a scary game to play. Also, we just basically dropped a magic nuke on the city. That was pretty good. So we used the blue magic to destroy the red magic. 48 years later. I'm gonna drink some more water. Oh, we get to see what happened when he died. Ah. Man, that is dark. That's actually really cool. It's interesting that they actually get to show what happened to him, because the beginning of this game, the crux of the mystery is, well, what happened to Grandpa?
Master, I bring thee grave news. The colony of Guardians in the ruins of Engar has been decimated. Without them, I fear we are lost.
Your fears are unfounded, servant. This news is irrelevant. I have seen the future that will come to pass. In this vision, I see myself crushing Xanatos, as I was destined to do. My many mouths consume.
Which magic is he talking about?
All our faith in a vision?
Yes.
That's pretty good, actually. It's good to see Pius getting what he deserves, which is nothing. Note from Edward. Okay. I'm gonna recover my sanity by casting the Orpal magic, and then we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid Cloudy. I went nearly an hour over, but that's okay, because sometimes you just need to see something to its natural end. You can't, it's like stopping a song midway through, right? It's like, it just doesn't feel right when you just leave it like that, right? Alrighty. Alright. Well, this has been really fun. So thank you guys for joining me for this wild ride. And thanks to everyone who got to stop by, who may not have gotten to stay till the end. So, but thank you all. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's Alien Isolation, so if you guys want to see me in a more traditionally scary setting, that'll be fun. And, of course, Sunday I'm playing Kill with Fire to celebrate Halloween, because what's scarier than spiders? Don't answer that question, because I know I'm playing Alien Isolation tomorrow. Alright, but thank you guys all, and till next I see you, now and whenever, goodbye for now. Thank you. Now let's raid. E. Press the button. Time to raid.